Welcome in, everybody. We are gonna be here probably all day, would be my guess. So we're here. We're gonna hang out, do some art. That's it. That's all we got. It's gonna be good. If I could remember how to do this, it might be too early. There's the sunbeam blasting me right in the face. Oh, that's interesting. When did I set that up?
I need your help.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, everybody. There's a very large sometimes you try to stream early and then the kid's just like, no, I'm gonna poop everywhere. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So I have to go take care of that real quick. Let me transfer over and show you what we're doing today, and then I will go take care of that real quick. That is the theme for the day. Giant poops. Giant poops. We are going to do the viewer suggestion today. So if you haven't suggested your stuff, please do so in chat. We'll get a hold of that. Otherwise, we're just going to work on our little flying goblin here. But I will be right back, as I need to go take care of the boy real quick. So hang tight, everybody. Hang tight. Okay, we got one very clean, happy baby now. One very clean, happy baby. Let me make sure I'm in the voice chat real quick, as I'm wont to do. There we go. Okay. Okie dokie. Welcome in. Oh, I'm muted. I'm back. Okay, there we go. There was a bit of a had to bathe the baby emergency bath situation. Okay. Today's gonna be weird.
Yep.
And I'm on the fence about how to deal with it. So I'm probably just gonna hang out all day and let people be here. And part of me wants to let people just like vent and relax. And the other part of me wants to just outright ban all political talk so that we can avoid it. I'm not sure how to deal with that. What are your thoughts, Corvus?
I feel the same.
Oh. That was pretty funny though. I literally I jumped on stream and I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be we're just gonna hang out all day and I'm here for you. And then Jump Rope's like, I need your help. I had to run.
Hey, you said you were here for everyone.
Yep. I don't know how you do it. You do make those big poops.
Explosive diarrhea.
It's all those Cheerios and prune juice.
Actually drink prune juice?
Yes, well, I mean, I guess I told Jump Rope we wouldn't belittle the boy by talking about his poops online, but today seems viable. Seems applicable today. So, he's just starting to eat solid foods, and he's had tummy aches, so we can give him prune juice. And it works. It works. For old people and little babies. Yeah. Oh, that's my kidney, kid. I accidentally gave this goblin 3 fingers. I'm kind of okay with it. I think I'm
I
gonna
could have
leave.
easily lost one.
Well, I mean, on both hands, I accidentally did it.
Oh.
It wasn't intentional, but I kind of like it. We shouldn't be here for politics. We should be coming up with new characters, creatures, and items. I agree. The viewer suggestion today actually was kind of small this week, which I totally get. So if you have a character suggestion, feel free to put it in the chat, and we'll add it to the list. Like I said, I'm probably going to try to be here most of the day, intermittently with the kiddo, but I'll have to intermittently take breaks, is what I meant to say. It's really hard to come up with characters for Chronicles of Darkness since they just look like humans. Yeah, I've noticed that. I think part of that can be dissuaded or maybe avoided by yeah. like when people ask for World of Darkness stuff, generally I just want to do a portrait, right? Because it's just like, oh, it's just a person. So like, if you can make them interesting from like the shoulders up, I think that's better. I think that's better for it. Because when it's like, it's a guy with golf gloves and a cape, it's like, so it's a magician? Like, like they don't have a lot of visual interest. Because people generally don't have a lot of visual interest unless they are like a performer or something, or a K-pop star.
Yeah. I'll say like, if like people suggest like a werewolf, the apocalypse character, that's a little bit easier because you can tell us the werewolf tribe, and that could give us visual cues.
Yeah. So I think if you're gonna do that, I would focus on just the face, right? Like maybe tell me if they have what kind of beard they have, what kind of hair they have, whether they have any scars or like interesting things about their eyes or something. Kid, you are just a wiggle monster. I just woke up. I'm 4 pounds lighter. You bouncing today? Bounce, bounce, bounce. Oh boy, you're not gonna let me get any work tonight. Yeah, okay. Oh gosh. That was a weird noise.
Yeah, but gosh.
I know what that noise was. We're fine. I'm Gabgoo. Oh, you got a cough today? Oh, that was my face, kid. Oh wow, that was a noise. You wanna go on the floor? Yeah. How you feel? Here, flip pumpkin. Let me get all these put on the list real quick, and then we can start actually doing stuff. So it looks like we have about 9 right now. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. Okay, let's do that. I like that pinky. That pinky turned out pretty well. Oh man, last night, kiddo discovered that he could scream. And so he just sat on the opposite side of the room doing that for like an hour. It's like, hey, wah! I don't like that cough, kid. Bless you.
Evening. The kid made me sneeze.
I rustled up all the dirt in my house. Kicked out all my air filters in the hopes of purging, but I think I caught most of it in my lungs.
Oh no.
So.
And maybe even the kids, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Adorable.
You decide on your animus, people?
No.
Prepare the animus. Dang it. Why am I drawing chain? It's just, never a good idea. It takes forever.
I must have a low connection today.
What's that?
I said I must have a low connection. The stream is like starting and stopping for me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I hope it's not me, because, like, my internet pooped out a second ago. But it seems to be fine now. I assume everybody's just refreshing Twitter non-stop. So
well, I'm not on Twitter.
All of the world's resources are diverted to Twitter right now. And we're going to Mars, baby!
I'll be going to Mars with him.
I'm not going.
I refuse to give up on Earth just yet.
Yeah. I was reading a maybe I wasn't it might have just been a Neil deGrasse Tyson video basically saying like the amount of cost to terraform Mars, we could just terraform Earth. It's like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this?
Literally could fix Earth.
Yeah. For anybody that thinks like, oh, we should just go to Mars, it's like that's like the not the worst idea, it's just the least efficient. Like, there's so many other things to do.
Yeah.
I think Photoshop just froze. Photoshop? Photoshop be cool? Uh-oh. Is my computer dying? Can people still hear me on the internet?
I can hear you.
Okay, that's one. That's good.
Don't know if YouTube link can hear you.
Yeah, Photoshop is frozen.
Okay. Tons can hear us.
Cool. Thank you, Tons. Whoops. There, it caught up. Oh, lordy. I think the other problem with the World of Darkness, like character suggestions, is, one, they're like they usually just look like humans or some sort of vampire. But then it's usually like a very specific type of vampire. I have the same problem with like Warhammer too, because people will tell me to draw like a very specific faction of Warhammer Marine, and it's like I have no idea what that is, and I'm gonna have to do a lot of research just to try to figure it out.
Yep.
So like, if you want to do a World of Darkness character, yeah, only visual cues, like telling me that it's a specific breed of vampire, unless that, like you were saying, that's a specific like type of werewolf. If it's not visual, it just doesn't help.
A kid? Oh my goodness.
Just a second.
Kid? I was screaming and stuff.
I can get later or. Okay. Excuse me. Had to go get hash browns. Because I need them. Okay. Got the list up. Gotta get back to the chat. Back in the chat. Okay. Gerblins! I don't exactly know how it happened, but the last like 4 or 5 commissions I have for this big project is like 2 baby dragons, which is great, and like 5 goblins. So I'm gonna have a whole bunch of goblins to draw this week. Hell, maybe we can get through a couple of them today. We'll find out. I assume altimeters are mechanical, right? Like, do they work off air pressure?
I have no idea. You're asking the wrong person.
Why do I do this to myself? Man, I loved Spawn and Ghost Rider growing up. Because of just all the chain. I don't know how freaking McFarlane does it.
Probably has some sort of skillful cheat for it.
Chain brushes. If I remember right, one of the way he does it is, first off, he never uses opacity. So he'll just do this and then like just kind of fill it in. So a lot of his chain in the background is just textural. And then he just does it. He just like freaking brute forces it. Do what you love, I guess. Like a chain devil? Yep, I have done that. And the chain devil took so long. I'm sure I'll still have it. I'll probably find that. Show it off. I hesitate to like show that off as like a, oh look what I can do piece, because then people will be like, I want more chains. Dang. So far so good. Oh, I hear baby crying. 1 second.
Oh no! Bless you! You have such a cute little coat. What's up? Okay, you can sit on it.
I think the hardest type of character to make for a description of Chronicles of Darkness is a hunter, since they need to convey a certain faction, which mostly comes from their fashion. Right, yeah. But I think like the whole premise of that is just that like World of Darkness, I don't want to say it's not fantasy, because it is fantasy 100%, but it just doesn't have the same fantasy vibe.
urban fantasy.
Yeah. Which Dresden is really funny about that. Because like Dresden is a wizard who wears like a leather duster, and that's his claim to fame. Like he has talismans and stuff, and sometimes walks with a staff. But something that's really funny about that is like all of the people that Jim Butcher has paid to draw the cover art for the books have given him a cowboy hat. And he's like, he doesn't have a cowboy hat. In none of the books have I ever given him a cowboy hat. So I think that's really funny.
Your fault for putting him in a leather duster.
Mm-hmm. He's like a cowboy wizard. What makes someone a cowboy? Cowboy hat. That's how it works. That's how it works. That is how we do. Is a hunter just a vampire hunter? Is that what that means?
They hunt any supernatural creature.
Oh, so like, I was gonna say Paul and Dean, but that's not right. Who are the Dean boys?
Sam and Dean.
Sam and Dean, yeah.
The Winchesters.
Winchesters. They just look like people.
Yep.
Which I always thought was funny because like whenever you meet other, I think in the first few seasons you meet a couple other like kind of hunter people. They're all like decked out in like gear and stuff, and the Winchesters are just like, I don't know. Our dad didn't adequately prepare us for this. Even though he was super obsessed with it. Yeah, he gave you a car full with shit in the trunk. It's like, what was your dad doing? Now I know you boys are some kind of devil spawn. And I'm gonna teach you how to fight monsters. And what I mean by that is, go wait in the car.
Yep.
I talk trash about that show, but I definitely watched the first like 7 seasons. Yeah, you having a day?
We all are, kid.
Is that funny? We beat Echoes of Wisdom yesterday. That's the first time I've 100%ed a game in a long time. Another hard character to describe is people from Barsoom from Edgar Rice Burroughs' Mars series.
They're just like red people.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah? You got more poops? You got more poops? You just need to jump. Or is the jumping to invoke the poops?
Oh, you give me lots of funny looks, kid. Throw the baby. Throw the baby.
I need to get this kid a trampoline real fast.
Yeah.
My arms are gonna give out before his legs do. Yeah, there's some interesting things about that, and that's why visual language is just such an important thing, right? Like, because it's one thing to say turtle monk, right? Like, almost always if you say that, I will just draw Oogway from Kung Fu Panda. Because he's great. It's a great character. And so unless you have other visual description, that's usually going to be the thing I lean on, right? And that's part of the reason that I ask for people when they give descriptions is to be vague, because then I can lean on those like preconceived notions. When you start giving me too much detail, it's like, well, now this is just going to be a full drawing. It's going to take me forever to do, because I have to kind of create from scratch. What are you doing, kid? I don't know. I don't know. Why are you doing this? You want to be upside down?
Oh! Upside down, baby.
Top teeth coming in yet? No? Okay. Okay.
Oh my
Good
goodness.
morning, Jared.
Oh my
morning.
goodness.
Jared, welcome in.
Thank you. Glad to see we're all
Oh,
avoiding
no.
it awfully early today.
Yep, today is a day for people to escape.
Yep.
Except for the baby. The baby just wants to scream.
Well, I mean, there's nothing new about that.
I think he woke up a little early and now he's real tired. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
poor baby.
We'll get the baby hugs. Oh, yep.
New stream reward. Give baby hug.
Give baby a hug. I tried to do that with Skip Cat for a long time, which worked on Twitch. But then it became like, go pet the cat. I'm like, he's sleeping, and I do not want to wake him up. So now that that's a baby, it might be worse. Oh, he's falling
I would
asleep.
see the
already.
baby.
I could do that. That would be pretty funny. Have that be a redemption. And then just like get a whole bunch of different masks and cosplay things to like cover his face up. I made him a Korok for Halloween.
Yeah.
And I gave him the first like mask I made, and he immediately just stuffed it in his mouth and just destroyed it.
Yep.
So the second one I made, and I like glued it to a bunch of thick cardboard so he couldn't chew it up. And for the like 10 minutes that he had it, he basically sucked on all of the edges, so it's just like bleeded out, and it looks really funny. Oh, tiny me. My goodness. My goodness. Sounds like my nephew. He wakes up early from a nap. He'll cry for a long time. Yeah. Yesterday, I put him down for a nap, and he woke up. He was just like super happy. He's like, "Hey, hello." And I'm like, "Great, that was awesome. That was a short nap, but that's fine." And then a few hours later, I put him down for his second nap, and he did not want to do it. Finally fell asleep, and then like 10 minutes later, just woke up screaming. I'm like, "What happened? Like, what horrible thing happened to you while you were asleep?" And he was just pissed off. And so I tried to comfort him, like, I don't know what to do. And then he just fell asleep. And I was like, okay. Just woke up
had
from
a
a
scary
nap.
dream.
Yep, I had a scary dream, or just woke up still super tired. Just passed out. Kids are weird. Kids are weird.
Yeah. I had a reoccurring nightmare as a very young child that absolutely traumatized me. It was about being chased around the park by a giant rotating milkshake named Wendy.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I had a lot of night terrors when I was a kid, of which I don't really want to get into. But it got so bad that my parents had the house exorcised.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. They had a
Wow.
priest come over and like bless the whole house, and it was pretty funny. So that's neat.
Yeah, yeah. My point with sharing my nightmare was just that fear was absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Getting squished by a giant milkshake is a stupid, objectively unrealistic fear.
Especially if it's like recurring.
Yeah.
Like you start
And it
fearing the
was.
milkshake. Yeah.
Was it in the yard and were all the boys there?
Fuck you. And no.
Way to belittle Druid's trauma. Oh man.
I'm really bad for it. That's definitely one of my bad qualities about myself. If I am really tired or stuff is going on, I will just unfilter say something. I was like, I didn't mean that.
When I turned 10, I legit realized how ridiculous the whole scenario was. Like suddenly, like lightning bolt realization. That's dumb.
Yeah.
And the nightmares stopped happening and the trauma went away.
I used to have a really hard time. I still have a hard time sleeping, but like, a lot of it was because of weird dreams and shit like that. So I started focusing on like lucid dreaming as a means of coping with it. And I used to have this reoccurring dream of being in an arcade and being chased by mafiosos. Like, and I remember the first time I had that dream and I realized I was dreaming, and I was just like, oh, this is weird. This is not good. I know what's gonna happen. What do I do about this? And it was almost worse. But but after a while,
Be glad you wasn't in my college's psychology of dreams class.
oh yeah,
That they did that every night. It was a night class, and
tried to
they
help
would
people
go
lucid
into
dream.
Yeah,
Cool.
they would essentially kind of put you under a pseudo hypnosis, and
Yeah, that was
like
actually
real
how
hypnosis, really.
like if you do self hypnosis, meditation is essentially self hypnosis, right? Like
Yep.
Yeah.
just like I want to put my mind in a specific state for an unstated amount of time and go from there. And so that's essentially what I did. Every night before bed, I would meditate specifically to try to lucid dream, and it worked. It worked really well. It helped me with a lot of my dream issues. But man, after a while, it became. I started having the same reoccurring dreams, but from like an observer's perspective, which was really weird. Because it's just like, oh, I'm dreaming, okay, and then the dream would continue, and I would just have to like kind of watch and be like, what the fuck is going on? It stopped being as traumatic, which was good, but it's just like what is happening to my brain? What is going on with me? I'm a weird dude.
No.
Oof,
Yeah,
but did it help the
Fun
night terrors?
asked, and
Yes.
I think he meant the exorcism. Did the exorcism help
Yeah.
the night terrors?
I mean, I think so. I think so.
Honestly, that is the least weirdest thing I've heard people have done to their house.
One of my friends was a practicing Wiccan, and so their kid just ran up to me, and they were like, "I gotta cast a spell today," and I was like, "Awesome! What did you cast?" And they were like, "We put some protective wards on my bedroom so I don't have bad dreams anymore." I'm like, and part of me had a brief moment of like, "That's stupid," and then the other part of me is like, "Awesome." Like, good.
You had an exorcism done in
it's
your
like,
house for your bad dreams.
there is no reason for me to think this is bad in any way. Like, why did I have an immediate response of like, that's weird? Because then my next immediate response was, you know what? I had a dream catcher when I was a kid for the same reason. Like, this is completely rational. So
Yep.
that was pretty neat. It's really fun. Like, I got a book. I think Brian might have sent it to me. Like White and Black Magic. And it's kind of a weird academic history of magic. And like most magics are either like a big chunk of the magic that we think about as magic is from the Jewish Kabbalah. Kabbalah or Cabal? I'm not sure. And the
Kabbalah.
go ahead.
It's called the Kabbalah.
Kabbalah.
It's a Jewish mysticism.
And then there's a Muslim kind of sect of it as well. I can't remember, but basically all of the old spells that are kind of in traditional, like the reason we have magic wands and stuff like that, like it are all based around this idea of even alchemy, like all of the weird alchemical symbols and stuff, all break down to like, in the name of God, I command you to stop being a dick, and it's like weird. Which is really funny because it's also like all of the demon summoning and stuff is in those books as well. And they're like, hey, don't do this. because the demons are probably smarter than you, and you will lose. And it's like, and that's what labeled thing as black magic, was things that are generally too difficult for the normal practitioner to attempt. And I was like, huh, all right, because there's no evil or like good or evil component to it. It was just all religious mysticism.
Yeah.
Alto to protect your knights. Yeah, that's great. Kind of works.
I
Nice.
watched a video once by a professor, and he was going over Christian magical scrolls that were found in Egypt.
Okay.
Like super early in Christianity, like
Mm-hmm.
none of the councils had happened yet. And there was like even some like just straight up like true necromancy in it.
Oh yeah.
It was really sad, and one of them was because it was all found in middens and everything, so like trash heaps. And there's one where it's essentially the practitioner is asking Jesus and God to resurrect their dead child, and just like really sad stuff. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, like think about like the golems, right? Like golems were originally designed for like protection from oppression. Like,
Yep.
It's just like, oh, someone's being mean to you, i.e., maybe the government. Build a bunch of rock monsters. It's like, I like it. Let's do that. So, yeah, like it's fun to look at. It's fun to look at like magic and mysticism over the years, because a lot of it like is more closely tied to, well, not Catholic, like I said Catholic, sorry, like Christianic, or what would you consider that to be actually?
What do you mean?
So like Jewish, Muslim, and that like time period is all based around the same God, right? Like,
yeah.
and I don't know
I
don't know what the term for that is.
I think Judeo-Christian.
Judeo-Christian,
is the
that'll work.
general umbrella term.
Abrahamic.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Like so all of the magic around there is based around God's authority, right? And then if you go to different parts of the world, or different like older sects that go into like paganism and a few other types of like Taoism and stuff, it's all just the world is a way, and you can use that to your benefit. So it's more like medicine, like chemistry and medicine, than it is actual mysticism.
Yeah.
Except like, and then you get into like the spirits of the land or spirits of people, and then those start blending together, right? And that gets into the mysticism of it.
Because like,
Whoa, hello.
at least with the Christian stuff, many of it, because a lot of it comes from Egypt, many of it are from Greek and Egyptian converts.
Yep. Okay.
Who were already practicing magic beforehand. So they just removed their normal things that they would invoke, which a lot of times would be like Set or Isis, and they would just sub out like with Michael or Mary or Jesus or just straight up God. And they had no issues with it.
And so that always makes me wonder, like, if all it takes is, and I think this is my very minor knowledge of Wicca stuff, is like the intent is the important part, right? And that goes as well to I talked to a shaman about voodoo a long while back, and he was basically saying like the reason you don't do, a lot of people like go to voodoo thinking that they can curse somebody or like get revenge on somebody, and they're like, don't do that, because the only way to invoke a curse or like bad happenings to another person is to have that intent go through you first, and then that basically taints your soul. And that's where the idea of like the like evil, I think the word is Bokor, is for like evil voodoo practitioners. Like there's no way for them to do that stuff without tainting themselves. And it's like, that's an interesting concept too.
Yeah. So I will say that stuff doesn't necessarily exist everywhere. So
Right.
in Taoist magic, because it's all about maintaining balance, it's like if you do a lot of good, you're inevitably bringing evil in the world. So you have to balance that up by doing a little bit of evil to bring good in the world.
Alms for the poor. Why'd you punch me in the dick? It's for the greater good.
Yep. Though, preferably, you should do more good than evil, but still, like, there must be some form of equaling out of the balance.
Oh, kid.
Not an expert, just
Yeah.
rehashing what I have been taught from a practitioner of Dallas Magic who's from Taiwan.
Only Sith deal in absolutes.
Stupid Yoda. My experience comes from a Hawaiian shaman. That's like my they did a lot of what the hell is it called anymore? Man, my brain is fried right now.
Almost want to say luau's, but that's not it.
No, it's like guided meditation essentially.
Yeah. Like the
Similar
dream stuff?
Yeah, for the dream stuff. Like there's a lot of dream and like astral projection concepts in Hawaiian shamanism.
The only shaman I ever met was a bogus shaman who was a white dude who was a Methodist. I was like, you ain't no shaman. You're a hack and a charlatan.
Chronicles of Darkness also flips a lot of assumptions on their head, like how demons are fallen biomechanical angels. Okay. Higher than humans cover. I'm not a trained practitioner of magic, and that's not legal advice. How do you curse your ex and heal your dog? Exactly, yeah.
Yep. Can't give you answers for that.
Yep. That is against...
Not a practitioner.
I'm only versed in blessings because I choose to be.
I mean, there's probably a saint that could probably help you there.
There is a saint for hurt dogs, I think. Hold on. When you were talking about the necromancy thing, I was gonna remind everybody of Saint Nicholas and why he's a saint. It's not because he was nice to people. Reason. It's because he revived 3 dead children who got chopped up and put in a pickle barrel.
I mean, I'm waiting for that to happen to us. We find a pickle barrel full of children.
And Santa Claus just pops up and like, hey, I got it. Or are you talking about in game?
In game.
Gotcha.
Father Hortale blesses the barrel and they all come back to life.
Some people may not know this, but if you've ever checked my art station, my name is Nicholas, and I was at the store the other day, and I had to tell the guy that for some reason. I don't remember why. And when I did, he's like, "Oh yeah, it's almost Christmas," and I was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And he just
a month away.
He looked at me like, and I was like, "What the what?" And he's like, "Your name," and I was like, "Okay." I just didn't put it together.
Oh dear.
I was like, awesome. Okay.
Poor Rook.
Sleepy boy.
Poor sleepy boy. Woke up early. Mama and Papa were grumpy. Had a big poop. Had to take a bath. Passed out. Big day for little man. It's hard to be tiny.
I don't know either, because there's plenty of saints who did not have patience for anyone.
Oh yeah, I mean, I have 3 books of saints near me. Hold on, let me see. I guess I have 2. Maybe I have 3.
You got an art book of saints.
Yeah, I got the RPG Saints book by Wayne Reynolds, which is amazing. I hope he sells these, like, beyond the Kickstarter. I love them so much. Saint Anthony the Great of Egypt as an RPG druid. Yeah, like most, like there's 2 types of saints in Catholicism. There's the super pious ones that like helped helped the poor continuously. Like, they devoted their lives to helping the poor. And then there's, like,
The weird one.
and then there's the weird ones that, like, got shot by 1,000 arrows and still forgave everybody that shot him. It's like, that's a little weird. How did he survive getting shot by 1,000 arrows?
And they clubbed him.
Yeah.
Did not protect him.
St. Columba's a fun one. Because they're like, these
Oh, God.
churches keep sinking into the sand because we're building them like idiots. And like, what if we bury one of the priests under the church? God can't make a church fall on a priest. And they're like, I like it. Let's do that. It's like, that's no. Who thought this
No
was a good
critical
idea?
thinking skills.
Yeah.
0 critical thinking skills.
Though the funny slash sad bit about a lot of those stories is they all like came like long time after the saint had already died.
Yeah.
Most people aren't sainted until after they're dead.
Yeah. So like Patrick with the snakes did not happen until the late medieval period. Like that's not what he was known for.
Can you imagine that? Like, we need to make. What did Saint Peter do that made him a saint? I don't know. He got rid of all the snakes in Ireland. It's like, there's no snakes in Ireland. Exactly, that was him. Like, no. What?
Columba even has the same thing. He got rid of all the snakes on this one island, but like there's never any snakes on the island. It was just a thing. There's even an English saint that has done it. So it's just that's a very common thing in the British Isles in Ireland. They took all the snakes away, but y'all never had snakes. Exactly.
Only because of, not in spite
Yep.
of. Yep.
Like the English ones was because she turned them into stone and threw them into the ocean.
Oh, and that's what
And
it
it
was.
was.
Is that
It
what we have
literally
used now?
was because they found Amorite fossils. And thought they were curled up snakes,
Funny.
so they would throw them in the ocean. Mean.
It does look like Mr. Reynolds still sells his Saint books. Awesome. I know what I'm getting people for Christmas. Dun, 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 dun.
Down the witch's road.
Somebody we know sent me that this morning already. So I now have that permanently downloaded on my phone.
Find some way to set to whenever they message you as the
I
ding.
could do that. Yeah, I can do private ringtone.
Which that I feel like people don't do that anymore.
I don't know. I mean, my
That
dad
was something we used to do in like middle school and high school. Would be like set private ringtones for individual people.
I'm gonna say something that's not meant to be divisive. We don't call people anymore.
This is true. This is very much true. It's like if you're going to try, if you need to get in contact, message me. Don't try to call me.
I was gonna say, yeah, like, I think you'd be mad if somebody called you, especially if they called you enough that you had to have a specific ringtone to know when they were calling you. I do
I
know
blame
some people that
telemarketers.
have specific people have ringtones because they call them, so they know it's them and they don't pick up. Which sounds worse, but is the case.
It's definitely the telemarketer's fault that we don't
Yep.
call people anymore, right? They've totally ruined it.
I mean, we could blame them if you want, but I do have
it's much easier to blame them than my own anxiety.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I do definitely have the, oh my god, just call them. Especially when people like start texting about, what are we doing today with this thing for dinner? It's like, just call them. Just call them right now.
Yeah.
I don't care how awkward or painful it is. Call them. We're figuring it out right now. Let's get everybody on the phone. There's a hunter conspiracy called Melos Malefactus who gained power from prayer to various saints. That makes sense. When I had my eye surgery, my mom sent me, I think it's St. Jude, actually. Maybe not.
Hey, Jude.
There's a saint for eye surgeries. And I was like, that's a little weird. But it might just be a saint for sickness in general. Like, saint for the sick.
Saint Lucy and Saint Oleta.
Is that what it is?
Well, so Saint Lucy is like patron saint of those who have eye problems and the blind.
Ah, okay.
Because legend says that she removed her own eyes to avoid marriage.
You know, the church is full of badasses like that. Would I do that? Probably not. But I don't know who I would have been marrying, so, you know, I can't judge. I just made a ball sack on this. That's not what I want.
It's
Gas tank ball sack.
Yeah, this is what I was gonna say. It's truck nuts. You've just given your sword board gender reassignment surgery, and there's nothing wrong with that. It now identifies as male.
What was it before?
A sword. Swords don't have gender.
My pronouns are sword and chainsaw. How dare you? How dare you?
Sword and chainsaw and surfboard.
That's surfboard. But as soon as you put the truck nuts on there, it's a whole new thing.
All new ball game.
Yeah. Jesus.
I didn't mean that pun.
I almost cussed at you again.
Sorry, I didn't actually mean it.
That's okay. I'm trying to not tell people fuck you for saying dad jokes anymore, because it's become my knee-jerk reaction, and I don't think that's good. But no.
I choose to accept your type of humor as with violence.
It is kind of part of the it makes the really bad puns funnier though if you react to them strongly, because they're so innocuous, right? So an overreaction elevates the joke.
Sure.
And that's usually my intention when I say fuck you to a bad pun, but it's
on that note,
I take it too far.
Gustav, can you write fast? Fuck you. I don't know what that's from. It's John Cena. But I need to find the original source material of this. And I've looked. Not hard, but I have looked, and I'm still very confused. Let's just do a deep dive right now. What movie John Cena Gustav fuck you Tour de Pharmacy, okay? Came out in 2017.
I don't think I have ever heard of that movie.
Let me see if I can find a clip for you. I will now field questions. Gustav, can you ride fast? Fuck you! It's apparently a mockumentary about doping in the Tour de France.
Gotcha.
also a
Jesus
hunter
Christ.
conspiracy with faith of Sulpi, who worship god monsters by eating them and gaining their powers. Oh, nice, alright.
Yep. I feel like they broke out the extra weird stuff for Hunter and Mage. Just because that's vampire stuff. That's easy. We need to be extra creative with our mages and hunters.
Yeah. I mean, some of the vampire powers are pretty bonkers, so I think if you want to try to balance, you know, the ability to stop time, it's like maybe they're kind of powerful monster hunters. It's like, oh, maybe. All right, we've been going for a little while. Let's do a viewer suggestion. Let me get Aggie set up here. I think I'm about done with this line art. Bork bork do 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 meow 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 meow.
Rook has lost his mind.
Only 358 more days till Halloween.
Okay, Bri. Start the clock.
Start the clock.
In the comments.
Turn on Aggie, turn off Photoshop. There we go. Whoop whoop. Doot doot doo 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 doo.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Poke that afro.
Let's start with the rugby. Seems like an appropriate place to start. No, my brain, it's falling into despair. Must not draw depressed rugby.
Wah, wah.
He mimics my every emotion. It's like I can't actively draw rugbies. They just have to happen. Yeah, exactly. This is the rugby for the day. Just shell shocked and I don't know. I feel like there's going to be a lot of Farnsworth memes going around today.
Yeah, probably.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore. That is a super funny episode of Futurama, by the way, if you haven't seen it. A monkey disproves Farnsworth's theory of evolution, and everyone believes the monkey and not... I guess it's a gorilla, but... And not Farnsworth. So he goes to another planet and accidentally creates life, and then has to disprove to all of the robots there that he is God, and then they don't want to live on that planet anymore. It's just like, yeah, having your beliefs turned on their heads sucks. It just doesn't feel good. It's okay because they're monsters and they don't count as human? What are we talking about? There's a hunter compact called Ashwood Abbey, which is basically the Hellfire Club. Okay, a bunch of rich folk participate at the worst vices. Gotcha. Yeah.
Hellfire Club, that's the X-Men thing, right?
I mean, it is, but I think it
tried
existed beforehand. I think it was...
Yeah, it was a Victorian men's club.
Yeah. Just like the Illuminati and the Masons all have their mysticism, and Marvel has kind of co-opted some of those for groups of villains.
Interesting. So, because I only know it from the Phoenix storyline.
I mean, it's essentially that is correct in a mutant world, and then like the Court of Owls, I think, is the DC version of it. It's just like these weird rich people that kind of run Gotham / the country.
Quick correction, it wasn't no, it is. No, it technically not Victorian. It started in the 1700s.
Okay.
I think even Ben Franklin was invited to it when he was like visiting England.
Oh, to be so rich that all you can do is go around and try to corrupt the world. What should we do today, Carl? I don't know. Let's summon a demon. Cheerio.
It was essentially a frat house.
Yeah. Let's be fair. Like, if we weren't all... Like, I might try to summon a demon if I got really bored. If I got really bored and didn't have to work. Oh, yeah. I'd summon a demon.
I would just go back to college and take, like, every elective I could get my hands on. But slowly. Like, take 2 or 3 classes every year.
I mean, you could just go work at a university to do that.
Well.
We're just summon the demon of the liberal art. There is a demon for the liberal arts.
Of course there is, because there's a demon and a saint for everything.
Yep.
Want to be rich to commission art and own a meadery? I mean, yeah.
Is that a Sweeney Todd
That sounds
joke?
like a cool dream.
Did you say own a meadery?
Yeah, meadery.
Meadery.
That's what Tons of Fun. Meadery. That's what Tons of Fun wrote.
I thought you were talking like a butcher shop. A meatery.
It's called a butcher shop.
Yeah, so I was like, it's a weird way to say that. We make meat here. What do you make it out of? You know.
Meat.
Meat.
Well, see, there's a barber shop downstairs, and anyway, pork has been kind of difficult to come by lately.
Not for me. All right, here's the real question. What should we do to Jonas's character?
That is a good question.
What do you mean? What we should do to his character?
We talked about Dagon and Druid's proclivities yesterday, character proclivities. So now we got to talk about Jonas's. What do you? What cursed item do you give to a kobold who wants to touch everything? That's the question.
All the cursed items.
His entire personality is literally C button, push button.
Just a little box with a button on it, and don't tell him what it does.
Yeah.
There's a guy who does little D&D skits. I used one of his sounds once. I can't remember his name though. He did a short yesterday I saw. And it's just like, you find a magical pair of boots. They're called the boots of walking. He's like, oh, haha. He puts them on and just starts going. And he's like, and that's exactly what they'll do. And it's like, that's funny. That's a great cursed item. You just have to continuously walk forever. Like, I love it. That would actually be a pretty fun magical item. Every round you get a free movement action, but you have to walk at least 30 feet.
You have to take it.
You have to take it.
Yep. You have to take a full stride.
Full stride, yep.
These boots are made for walking. It's walking that they'll do. These boots will walk right over you.
Honestly, with attacks of opportunity, that could be a pretty gnarly curse.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing I love about cursed items. Like, is finding a reason to make the player want it, right? Like, it's one thing to trick a player into putting something on, like we were talking about the girder of sex change last time in Baldur's Gate 1. Girdle. I said girder. That's a totally different thing. A beam of sex change. Oh no. Girdle.
If you build a building with this,
Yeah, it'll be a very masculine or very feminine building. Girdle of sex change, which is like, it appears to be like a girdle of +1, but then when you put it on, that's all it does. It changes the sex of your character. So like, kind of innocuous, but it's a trap, right? You put it on and then you're stuck with it until you remove the curse. That is not as interesting to me as something that seems like a good idea at the time, but has repercussions.
Yeah.
So I love that, and it's funny because like, my friends know this. Like, I've played so many D&D games, and so anytime I give them something that's like too good to be true, they're always very wary of it, and it has shut down some pretty cool items I've made because people are like, yeah, I don't trust it. It's like, it's a bow that shoots fire. It's like, yeah, it's probably gonna blow up. It's like, why would it do that? Like, because you made it. And it's like, how do I convince you this isn't a cursed item? and for that,
persuasion.
Yeah, for that, I feel like sometimes it's better just to have it be inherently cursed. Like, tell people up front, like, oh yeah, like a vicious dagger. I love vicious daggers because it's like, this will do an extra D20 of damage. They're like, oh, but you take half of that, and it's like, kind of like letting people know that it's cursed and then they still accept it is fun to me. I think that's the fun part. I found it in punts of long pork recently. It tastes like the real thing. Yeah. A dress with a skull pattern that can summon weapons, give high armor, and give a bonus die to charisma checks, but they need a wisdom check every day or they would become part of the dress. That's interesting. That might be a little excessive.
Yeah.
Here's the bazooka. It makes you automatically win every fight you see until it kills you. You don't know when it's going to happen.
I think of cursed items the same way I think of viruses. Like, a virus that obliterates its host is not a successful virus. Right. The curse is only successful if it proliferates itself. Right. Like, if
that's an interesting way to look at it. Yeah.
If it gets used. Yeah.
Because and I think that's the difference between a trap. There's two types of traps. There's a deterrent and a punishment.
Yeah.
One of them is, hey, we only want specific people coming into this room, and the other one is, no one can ever enter this room ever again. So we need to disintegrate anybody that tries. Right? It's just like, it's non-discriminate versus something that is like achievable. So you have to do the same thing with cursed items. Was this cursed item made because somebody trapped a lich in a dagger and the lich is like trying to get out and wants to entice people to get out? Or is the dagger made specifically to kill liches and just is inherently kind of drives you crazy? Like, there's a cost for making it work, right? It's not inherently meant to be a curse. It's just kind of a side effect of whatever the item is. So yeah, there's a whole bunch of different ways to look at curse stuff, and I think they're a lot of fun. I think I lean more into the, like, no one should just make a cursed item for a cursed item's sake. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, and that's why I like things like the Berserker axe, where it's just like amplify. Someone made an axe and they wanted to make them unstoppable rage, right? But they didn't think about the fact that it would they'd lose control of themselves, or like the Grog's blade, right? I think there was a lich trapped in Grog's sword. Like the sentient weapons, right? People should make sentient weapons to improve their combat finesse, not to drive people insane. Like, that doesn't make sense. So I dig it.
I think the difficult thing with setting up curses in a D&D game, especially if people are going into a dungeon kind of setting is that when we talk about curses in like fairy tales, the scariest curses are tailor-made for the person receiving it.
Yeah.
Right? And whereas if you've got cursed items within a dungeon, they have to be kind of generic, and a generic thing is generally less terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it's a little bit harder to finesse a curse that is really, really effective for the story in a D&D game.
Yeah, something that's not just kind of random, like the boots idea. I think is really fun.
Yeah,
because essentially you could have a story of like someone wanted to be the best runner or marathon runner, and so they made a deal with the devil that like, I want to not be able to stop running, right? I want to be able to run forever, and they're like, sweet deal. Made the boots. That person died, and now you just randomly find those boots, right? It's not tailor-made for the party. It's just kind of an interesting side bit. Which can be fun. I think that can be a lot of fun.
Yeah. You could introduce them in a really fun way as well, because maybe the corpse is still walking around. It's just skeletons at this point, and everyone's like, "Oh no, it's an undead!" And they go to attack it, and it just like crumbles, and the boots stop. Yeah.
That would be really funny. Yeah. Somebody write that down. Corpse, write that down.
That's also a good way to show the party before they put them on that there's potentially a cost to these boots.
Did you? God, you guys? I think I made you guys play the Goblin Workshop in the Tower of Ashfont. Maybe you guys didn't play that part.
I don't think I remember that part.
So I made a set of armor, like indestructible adamantine armor.
Morning, Elliot.
Elliot, welcome in.
Hi, kid. Good morning.
Again.
I made this set of indestructible goblin armor, but I made my players find it.
Oh no, I do. Yeah, we did play through this. And
there was a goblin crushed into the ceiling wearing the armor.
Yeah.
And the trick about it was that like if you were going to take critical damage, you instead did not, because the suit enacted its automatic threat prevention spring shoes and launched you into the sky. Which, if you're in a cave, and I thought it was the funniest thing, because I'm like, someone has to put this armor on. Everyone's like, oh no, but it's invincible armor. What do we do? So that was very much in that mindset of like, hey, check out this cool curse thing. You want to put it on? The Cloak of 9 Lives gives a bonus dex to reduce fall damage. If you die, you come back to life, but you start to look more cat-like, and on the 9th death, you polymorph into a cat. That's pretty funny.
That's pretty cool.
I like that.
Same.
But for someone to die 9 times, like that's an interesting campaign.
I mean, I feel like in Critical Role, they all end up like dying like several times over.
I honestly think I think maybe Grog died 3 times.
I also feel like,
I mean, there's what, 7 of them, 7 or 8 of them. So like each of them dying twice is 14 deaths. It's like that's a thing. I think Keyleth died once
as a goldfish.
Yeah.
Laudna's died at least twice.
Okay.
Character death.
And I think that I've forgotten what's Ashley's barbarian lesbian character
Yasha.
name? Yasha. I think Yasha died at least once.
She died at least once because she had the die hard trait thing.
Yeah. And her character is specifically designed for the story to be easier to resurrect.
Mm-hmm. I rolled a 7, which is a green dragonborn pirate monk. I think a cool item would be a wooden shark mask that gives underwater breath and bonus damage but they must take a wisdom check to not kill people who look vulnerable. Yeah, that could be fun.
Yeah.
There's a couple things that like polymorph you into a shark, and I like that concept of like if someone adjacent to you begins to bleed, you automatically
Or drown.
attack 'em. Yeah, or drown. Yeah, start floundering. That's a cool idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, the mask could give you a bite attack, and you have to bite them. Where'd you go, kid? I saw you crawl over there. What are you doing?
I have a house rule currently. If your character died with unfinished business wanting to take vengeance, you meet the requirements to rise as a revenant. That's cool, Elliot. I've got none of these fucks have managed to proc this, although I've talked about it with them a little bit. But I've got a mechanic where if a character dies, they're allowed to kind of hang out on the battlefield as a ghost, and a Grim Reaper shows up, and they can either make a charisma check to convince the Grim Reaper to let them hang around longer, in which case they're easier. Like if they succeed on that, then they're easier to revive, or they can try to fight the Reaper, and if they beat off the Reaper, then they come back as some sort of undead.
That's all it takes. That's all it takes to come back from the dead.
Yeah, but
What
like,
undead hand job?
But you laugh, Rook. But do you know what CR the Grim Reaper is?
Do you know what the term "beat off" means on the internet?
Yes. I apologize. If you manage to take out.
There's one way to come back to life. Wow.
So it looked like the character that has the most deaths in Vox Machina is Vax.
Okay.
Yeah.
He does like 4 times.
Okay.
Vex does like 3 times. And Percy dies twice. And I think Grog also does twice. Still a lot of deaths.
Kevin the Necromancer has a necromancy deck for Magic the Gathering, and it used to be full of reassembling skeletons.
Mm-hmm.
And so anytime we play, he would slap it on the table and be like, "Prepared to be boned." I was like, "Yep, that's funny." Beat
But
off
the
dead.
Reaper you guys have to fight off solo is a lesser death. It's a CR. It's a level 16 creature. And once you guys reach level 15, you have to do a Grim Reaper, which is level 21.
I feel like I like this idea. I like the game of chess with death, right? Like,
yeah.
That's a cool concept.
And yeah, I haven't finessed any of the numbers like very purposefully.
That's actually my least worrisome part about this, because really what I'm thinking is, if you're in a situation in which like your party is getting killed and somebody dies in combat, things that would not make the game more enjoyable is, hey, we're gonna start a new combat over here in the middle of this intense moment. It's like, ooh.
Yeah.
So I could see that being a little frustrating for everybody.
Yeah, and that's why the charisma check is also there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I really like that idea. I really do like the idea, but I would almost, instead of giving it like you have to make a X save, it's just like, hey, time's up. What's the plan? And then if they choose to try to figure that out, like don't make it stuck for a specific thing.
Yeah.
Just hey,
I
you wanna
fully
convince
intend
me?
to.
I think that's cool.
You know me, Rook. I always give at least 2 different options for stuff you can do with your skills, because I love playing with the skill rules. So
yeah, I think that's going to be important for that. Dream Pirate Monk. Wait, is that what I did? Okay, redo. Pirate Monk, huh? So like maybe
Garg.
that's just a 1 piece.
Is it?
I don't actually know. I've never watched One Piece.
I am still so frustrated with it.
It's honestly too much. And I was never very interested in the premise either.
Like, I get... YouTube's been throwing One Piece content at me, but it's, like, not helpful content. It's just, like, shitty memes of the same, like, one or two songs blasting in the background, and then a short clip of someone doing something just ridiculous that has no context for if they're actually like attacking somebody or saving somebody, and then they're like, "What if the Florgan deflurperderped?" And it's like, none of these are words. Like, none of these are words, and because there's no context, I have no idea what's going on, and it just keeps giving me more and more of these, and I'm like, please stop.
Yeah, that's like the worst way to like consume like any type of like media, especially with animes. Like, if you not been watching the show, you're not getting the context behind the clips.
Yeah.
You're just like, what? Why?
Because like, anime is not designed for shorts, for sure.
I could definitely see like the same thing happening with like Dragon Ball Z. If someone's like, "Oh, Blue saying super awesome, mega good," and it's like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, I don't know what that means. That's how I feel. That's how I feel with One Piece, because there's just so much content and everybody looks so weird, and all of the attacks are just like people waving. Like, I've seen so many pictures of Luffy just like making his arms tornadoes, and it's like, okay, is that normal? Like, what's going on? What's going on? I kind of want to start watching it just so I can figure out what the hell is going on, but it's so massive that it's just like,
yeah. Yep. And that's kind of like why it's like very popular. It's less because they're enjoying the plot per se, more or less they're like ride it till it dies type deal. Because it's like, we have been on this road for 25 years, maybe not that long, at least 23. We need to see this end.
Are you
and
talking
it's like,
about
we're talking about
Supernatural?
No.
No.
I thought that did end. Was I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, Jump Rope. Although I do think Supernatural is officially ended in terms of runtime, but still,
it actually ends. It even got a spin-off show called The Winchesters, and it was like a prequel with their dad and mom. I don't think it went anywhere.
Not surprising.
I think the only reason why it did so well was because of the actors.
Yeah, I mean, that one, it was a CW show, right? Like, so the audience is a little different than like mainstream. I don't think it would have done as well on like Fox or NBC, right? Like it kind of had the perfect time, the perfect cast, and an audience that was big enough that loved it, right? And so it's kind of the same thing with like the Flash TV show. I don't know if it actually matters that it's about the Flash or about Arrow. Like, it's very much people just wanting to see these actors succeed in what they're doing, because anybody that's not directly in that group, like if you just walk onto one of these shows, like just you find it on the internet or something, I don't think it has the same staying power. Like,
same thing with the Aquaman movie series. Like, what's his name?
Momoa.
Jason Momoa.
Yeah, Jason Momoa is it's just fun to watch him act and have fun, right? Like, the writing for those movies is not particularly good.
No, it's not. But it's a fun movie.
Yeah.
Died and gone to the internet makes me laugh. What? Oh, okay, hold on. Sorry, I missed this. I want to play a game where if the afterlife is the internet and the character finds out they are in an MMO, and it's just not been the right table for it. Oh, there's just not been the right table for it. Gotcha. That could be funny. That could be funny. I've played a few games where like somebody dies or somebody like breaches the veil and can see the players. Like that's an interesting concept. Star Ocean wrecked you? Yeah, Star Ocean was good. Star Ocean's funny. Yeah, the Dot Hack series has always been good. As a concept. I haven't actually watched any of the new stuff. But like, I like the idea that basically... the one I watched for the Dot Hack was that like, people were playing an MMO, but they met somebody who they thought were just like RPing really hard, but then they're like, this person might not actually exist and or know they're in an MMO. And it's like, oh, weird. I like that. I think that's pretty interesting. Why is this dragon so buff? Because it's a pirate monk. You gotta be buff to be a pirate and or scabiesed. And so yeah, I decided to make him real buff.
How do you climb the rigging if you can't do one-armed pull-ups?
Ain't you ever been on a I'm like invoking the old Navy propaganda stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I remember last time I went on a boating trip, like a whitewater rafting trip with one of my uncles. There's two of my uncles when I was younger. And the first thing they did was just grab me and throw me in the river. And they're like, if you can't pull yourself back into the boat, you can't be on the boat. And I was like, ugh. So you gotta learn to do pull-ups real fast. And that was always the joke for why Navy people were so buff, because they had to. You gotta pull yourself into the boat. Nothing but pull-ups, non-stop pull-ups.
A man doing vertical push-ups on the crow's nest. Exactly.
Yep.
It gets boring up there. What else are you gonna do? Breed? I don't think so.
I was gonna say stare at the other men. And
no, you got to get the other men to stare at you.
Have we talked about Gulliver's Travels in a while?
Have we ever talked about Gulliver's Travels?
Maybe not.
Briefly. I remember talking about it briefly.
I always think it's funny that like
in a while
the concept of like the Navy being the manliest of men, when Gulliver essentially, like, he's a doctor, one. He'll just get bored of having his wife and family around and be like, I'm gonna go see the world, goodbye, and leaves for years. Just like, what an asshole.
That sounds like the most absolute Victorian thing to do.
Right?
Oh, 100%, right? Like,
because it's not like my family's poor and I have to become a sailor. He's just like, I'm rich and well-to-do. Peace. And he just leaves. And it's just like,
Yep.
What a dick. He gets back from his voyages, and his wife's like, oh, you're back. That's nice. And they're like, let's have more children. He's like, okay. Well, I've got 5 more kids. Time to go. Time to bail.
Again.
See you in 10 years, maybe.
I'm struggling to draw this arm. I'm trying to draw his arms crossed, but I'm a struggle.
His tricep might be a little bit too big. Might be getting in your way.
Yeah, I think his hand would actually come up on the tricep instead of on top of the arm.
Yeah.
Because his arms are so bulky. Looks like he's grabbing his boob. My dragon boob. That's where I keep my snacks. I don't know if I made this a green dragonborn. What do green dragons look like? I think they just look like the generic dragons, right?
They got the real big rhino horn.
Do they? Okay.
Well, Pathfinder ones do. If it's D&D, they just have like a fin ridge going down their back.
They have the fin? Okay. Well, maybe
Yep.
we'll give them a little of both.
And you're wrong, Druid. Green dragons don't exist anymore in Pathfinder, remember?
Oh, that's because they're called horned dragons, but they're still green and they have big rhino horns.
Exactly.
No, I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it 1,000 more. I'm really happy where Pathfinder's going with the dragons.
I gotta relearn them. I gotta relearn all the dragons now.
Yeah, I mean that's the frustrating part, right? But the cool part is that now you can customize and your table is less likely to go, no, that's not how it goes.
Yeah, the funniest.
You can't have a good chromatic dragon.
We've always. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that fuck you was all I had to say.
I've always been very. You guys know this about me.
Do we?
Wishy-washy, non fucks given about remembering any of that stuff.
Yeah.
When it comes to like, oh, this deity is blah blah blah. It's like I don't care. I'm just gonna say words and hopefully it makes sense.
And then me and Jump Rope are like,
actually, it's like, don't care. So I've run into that a lot because I'll be like, oh yeah, these brass dragons, and then someone will be like, nope, and I'm like, bronze dragons, nope, yellow dragons, sure. It's like, okay, that works. It's like it just doesn't matter to me that there's a specific type of thing for things. But
I will say, officially, there are no more chromatic or metallic dragons. They're all just gone.
Yeah,
they just deapparated.
Which I think I like the color and the like having like, oh, green dragons have fins, right? Like having a set like type of dragon makes sense, but yeah, it doesn't make sense to have all green dragons be that way, because really, once again, it should be like a specific green dragon that maybe is really old, maybe there's only 2 of them in the world. That's fine to say like they are a certain way, but like that dragon, the Omen dragon, I dig that if that's a deity, but if I want a bunch of different Omen dragons, you know, why do they all have to be the same? So
yeah.
Which goes for, I mean, this is the same thing as why they're changing things the way they are. So I'm glad that we have new types of dragons, and I'm glad we have new looks. But I also am a big fan of things being weird, and I love the idea that you send your group out to fight like a brass dragon, and they're like, we're prepared for fire, and then you get there and it's like, why is that thing covered in ice? It's like, oh no, something is wrong. Right? That's a story. That's a good story.
Yeah,
it's
totally.
It's not fun if like you're only doing it to fuck with your players, but like if that is the story, that's interesting to me. You know? System, hello, what's up? What program? I'm using Aggie right now, if that's what you're asking. That one has a human face, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yes, because they make a magical skin suit that they cram themselves into.
All right. Is it a skin dragon?
It's a conspirator dragon.
Gotcha. That makes sense then. So related.
Its breath attack is a poison smoke.
Oh man, I'm gonna put a reference in the Discord that is, I'm gonna guess 20 years old. Oh, maybe I can't find it. I was gonna make a Mr. Mackey fudge dragon joke. If nobody knows what that means, that's totally fine.
No.
Yep.
It's outside of my expertise.
Start at 20 seconds if you click on that link. I'll just link the time stamp. I had a friend who could do a pretty good Mr. Mackey impression, and he would just bust this out at the most random times. It was really funny. There we go. How does he smell with a horn like that? You know, how do rhinos smell? They got noses. They got little noses.
They're just on the side.
Mm-hmm. The horn just lets them point.
And poke things with their face.
So here you go, Druid. Because you shared the Omen Dragon. This is the ancient Omen Dragon.
Hover your butt cheeks over the urinal.
Well, that happened in my elementary school. Spoilers, it was a kid with Downs. And, nobody got in trouble for it.
Laying out a big fudge dragon for all the world to see. It's not funny, children.
If you say it like that, it is.
Yeah, exactly. Poor Mr. Mackey. Just didn't realize.
The problem is, there's an expectation that you're supposed to talk to kids that way, right? Like you're supposed to use euphemisms.
What did you say earlier? That I'm never gonna let you live down. You gotta beat off death.
Yeah.
If you want to survive, you gotta beat off death.
Make a performance check. How good do you do?
Seduction roll.
Do you have any experience with this sort of thing?
No comment.
I like the concept of death. Death being older than the gods, right? Like,
yeah.
so anybody that like invokes holy symbols or like we think of death as being like necromantic, but like death itself. So you're talking about like Grim Reapers, right? Like those are characters in the games. They have their own thing. But like, if you want
Psychopomps specifically,
specifically Psychopomps, I feel like they should be immune to all forms of spirit and necrotic damage. So like, you see Death, he's like, "I've come for you," and they're like, and throw holy water at him. He's like, "What are you doing? What's your plan here, kid?" Like, you're not gonna beat Death. It's just like I'm just here as a courtesy, man. Like.
Yep. Look, buddy. I've got a job to do, and you're the job. So
you're allotted 45 seconds of my time. Otherwise, you can you can fuck off.
Yep. I've got a schedule to keep, and as long as we're within the schedule, I'm perfectly happy to give you a little leeway. But there's a place you need to be, and I need to get you there.
I'm just here to hold the door, man. Like, don't be an asshole to me.
Yeah. I've been getting lots of Sandman clips in my YouTube feed, and I love them all because I love their depictions of the endless.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that death is among the endless because I feel like that's a super appropriate place for her to be.
What did she say? I think the quote is from her is I was there when the first living thing took its first breath, and I'll be here when the last one dies out, and then I'll put the chairs up and lock the door on the universe. And it's like, that's awesome. Like, that's a great way to think about it. Okay, I think I'm done with this bad boy.
Yeah. Do you have any experience with Exalted RPG? I do not.
No.
Yet.
Is Exalted part of the World of Darkness, or is it separate?
I think it uses the same system. I think it's a little bit different of a setting.
Exalted the catechumen.
The exalted are basically humans elevated to virtual godhood.
Ah.
Mm.
Exalted the cheat code. Got it.
Published by White Wolf.
Okay.
looks
Yep.
like.
More White Wolf stuff. Alright, I'm rolling some dice.
That's why I said it's like uses the same system, but it's like a different setting. So
Inspired by world mythologies and anime.
Neat.
of course,
Azir Paladin with an Earthbreaker Maul. Azir is the new Tiefling Asimar, right?
no.
No? What's an Azir then?
They are fire elementals that
Oh,
have the body plan of a dwarf.
gotcha. Yep. Oh, right. Okay. I found a picture. Yep.
Surprisingly, not related to dwarves, but yeah.
I think
Because-
because I think that goes all the way back to like the Norse mythology of like the dark elves, the light elves, and the gnomes, and like they're all technically different. It's like, but they're described the same way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're all described basically the same way that men are, right?
Right.
There's not really any difference. Exalted is connected to the world of darkness by Hunter, the Reckoning, the Imbue, and Kindred of the East One Kwai.
Wei Jin. It gets all sorts of messy.
Yeah.
It's not like Warhammer levels of messy.
Yeah, because at least it's
But-
all published by White Wolf, right? Like
Yeah.
I've said
And-
I've said it before, where I think part of the problem with the White Wolf systems is that it's written by too many people, but like that's nowhere near comparable to the decades
Warhammer.
of Warhammer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Games Workshop is a shit show.
It's so much conflicting lore and different writers like and dislike different factions and more or less, and just like, and you can see that in writing and just like,
I made a new god. He's called Glop the Planet Flopper. He definitely took your deity and now is eating his entire planet. You can't just do that. Bite
it
me,
feels like
Tara.
that some days.
Yeah.
Isn't that just Marvel's, what's his name? The guy who made Silver Surfer.
Galactus.
Yeah, a little
Galactus,
bit.
yeah. It's just you're just describing Galactus. He eats all the gods. Okay.
I definitely like the Warhammer lore is one of those, like, I think the real problem that happened with it is it's just kind of inherent in the community.
Yeah.
Is that, well, one, over decades, right? It's happened over decades.
Yeah. Yep.
Is that the game itself is just inherently pushes you to like one up somebody else, right? It's like, I have this
Yes.
battalion. Well, I have this battalion, and I think that's better. And it's like, ooh. And so they just kept one upping themselves until all of a sudden, like, the universe is just escalated itself to insanity, essentially. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. It absolutely is the wargaming version of my dad can beat up your dad.
yeah, except instead of it being like mine is better, it's like mine can be weirder and darker than yours.
Yeah.
And so like yeah, good.
I would just like to say, specify, we're referring to 40k lore. Fantasy is
Separate. Yep.
a lot more, separate and a lot more tame compared to 40k's absurdity.
Yeah. One planet makes a whole bunch of weird robotic clones. The other people start like
Worshipping xenomorphs.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
There's the undead robot legion.
yep. Best Legion.
Orcs
Or army.
are mushrooms. and magic works because they believe it does. Like, it is a collection of absurdities.
Yep.
And like
I think that's why people love it, though, right? Like that's
yeah,
that's the
yeah.
other
Well,
thing. Is, as much as we criticize it, like people love it for those exact same criticisms, and that's fine. All right, that's
yeah. I don't mind it being a collection of absurdities. Where it starts to really bother me is where it has become a collection of torture porn.
Yeah. Cough, cough, aliens.
Cough, cough, human empire.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
Yeah,
like the Alien series is. Sorry, Corpse. Go ahead.
Oh. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
I thought you just meant like aliens in the Warhammer universe.
I mean, it's. I think it's semi-related. You know, like I would not be surprised if some of the writers that wrote like some of the Tyranid stuff also wrote for a lot of the Alien comics because they feel very similar.
Yep.
Don't forget the faction that had sex with the xenomorphs. Yeah, exactly.
It's as someone who has tried to get into the lore of it, it's like absurdly like where you have broke the dial on the absurdity meter. It's, my Lord Commander, we have lost 100 planets to this scourge. We will replace them with other planets. Do not worry of it. I was like, trillions of lives gone, nothing to them. It's just like, y'all are, I hate it.
There is no good in that universe.
Yep.
And that's the thing that I find the most frustrating about it. Anyway, I will never engage with Warhammer 40k or Warhammer 401k as I prefer to call it, because Thor made the joke and it made me laugh for half an hour. But
it is the 41st century.
Most of the RPGs I like to play are ones where I can be more sandboxy with it. Warhammer is like, it feels really pre-written to me, and I don't think that I could actually write my own story using any of that stuff. So I mean, I could, but like nobody who plays Warhammer would tolerate it.
Yeah, I think
at least nobody
very
I know
rarely
who
have I
plays Warhammer
seen anybody. I think I've done commissions for like one person who was running a campaign, a Warhammer campaign.
Mm-hmm.
But like that's not really what the game's for, right? And I think that's why I was saying like it's kind of built into the community. It's not meant to be a role-playing game per se. It's just a strategy game, right? So the lore of the world sets up the battles you're having, and because of that, people can build cool armies and have really fun strategy combats.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have to justify, your army. It's just a.
It is just a war game.
Yeah, it's just a war game, and so I think that's why people will inherently like, oh, I painted these figures this way, and then they come up with something crazy, right? And they just start one-upping each other because the RP doesn't matter. It's just fun and nonsensical.
Yeah, and I prefer something where the RP does matter and where I can make a setting and see what stories come out of it, which I think is why I prefer D&D and Pathfinder and Powered by the Apocalypse systems.
And on that note, like I have a friend who basically made an entire like My Little Pony Space Marine army set for it. And it was just like awesome, I guess. So yeah,
let the bronies take over the Warhammer universe. Yes,
it's its own thing. So it is a little. I want to make sure we're not like comparing apples to oranges, right?
Yeah.
Different games.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to play an RPG in Warhammer, there are some. There's like Rogue Trader, which is probably one of the more popular ones.
Okay.
Where you play as a Rogue Trader, which is like you make like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos like look like poor people, like how wealthy you are.
Yeah,
you're like so wealthy that you don't. They cannot physically give a number on how much wealth. You just like, I buy this planet.
Right.
For the Emperor.
I always like that about like the Ferengi in like Deep Space Nine.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to buy a moon and retire. It's like that's an interesting concept.
Yep.
Like once distance is not a problem, then there's technically infinite amounts of space, right? It's just yeah.
Especially if you have the technology to terraform basically anything rather easily.
Yeah. Or if you don't have to terraform it, you can just build like a small space station on a moon, right? Like it's just,
Yeah.
Yep.
So Star Trek is interesting for that aspect of it.
Yeah. That's what I love the rogue traders end up doing. They end up going kind of rogue and just like, you know what? I have so much money, I can just buy my own legion of people. I can buy orc mercenaries, even though I shouldn't officially, but I can.
There was what was the new? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah,
keep going.
But yeah, they actually recently just made like a not online game, but Owlcat made like their Kingmaker version of Rogue Trader.
Nice. I would not be surprised if after the new Space Marine game that came out, Space Marines 2?
Space Marine 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would not be surprised if more people want to play like 5e inspired Warhammer stuff.
Yeah.
But Space Jammers and Spelljammers and Starfinder would probably be a better fit for that, but yeah. What else was I saying? There's something else I was trying to think of and I forgot.
I'm sorry.
No, I shouldn't have interrupted you. I just popped in my head and popped out of my head. Yeah, doesn't matter. Does not matter. Go play Helldivers, people. Excuse me. Oh,
Bless you.
Bless you.
You get RP that you're playing the Imperial Guard if you really like 40k.
Yeah, I would rather play Helldivers than Warhammer.
Helldivers is a lot of fun.
It's still outside of my wheelhouse.
Yeah.
Shooters are not really my jam.
Because you're lame. I'm kidding.
I mean, I super resemble that comment, so...
I like his billowing fire smoke hair.
Yeah. I feel like that's required for them. The Azir.
They just give him a tiny body.
Just tiny body. Just whoop. Rugby legs. More potato.
It's potato.
Bless you. And this is the part of the armor that pokes me in the dick every time.
Anytime I bend over, that's why I have such good posture.
It's always funny to me when they do like World of Warcraft cinematics and stuff, and it's just like this piece of the armor is just going to go into their head. Like,
yep.
You just don't care anymore. It's just going to happen.
There's too much of it. We can't worry about clipping. It's just going to happen.
And then Final Fantasy's like, ooh, that'll clip funny. Let's just remove it from the game. It's like, don't do that. Bunnies could not wear hats anymore. It's like, just let it clip. It's fine. No.
Also, the big cat people can't wear hats either.
There was a problem like with the trolls in early WoW, because they had crazy like big hair, giant ears, and tusks and big noses. And so you'd like put on a helmet and it would just do this. It would just sit on their forehead and kind of clip through the rest of their body. It's like, okay. And I called up the GM once because I put in a ticket because like literally my character's face was gone. It was just a big blank hole. And I put in a ticket and I was like, hey, so something weird's going on. And the guy's like, yeah, let me take a look. He's like, wow. Yeah, okay. And I was like, yep. It's like, I will note that and awesome. And I was like, yep, you're welcome. That's it. It's like, I love playing trolls, so thank you for bringing that to our attention. I'm like, yeah, no problem. Trolls are great. Oh. Can you grab him, please? He's yanking on that power cable.
Oh, kid, why you do this?
Don't unplug it.
Will you pay attention to me if I short circuit your entire computer set?
Okay. I'm still standing. That song is being used for Space Marines and Helldivers all over my YouTube feed.
My face.
I used to get, what was it? It was a Panic at the Disco song. It was basically used for 50% of the shorts that I saw like 6 months ago.
Yeah. What's the other one? The Coheed Cambria song is being used for all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like people don't fully have a grasp about like what the meme actually is. Because I don't know what it is. But, like, all the clips just don't make any sense. Oh, Coheed Cambria.
They were
That's
really
anime?
popular when I was in high school, I think.
Yeah, they're pretty
And
popular.
yeah, and I don't think I ever heard one of their songs.
Oh. Good Eye Sniper?
Nope,
I shoot, you run?
I don't think so. I mean, we've talked about this before. I've never been into music, especially modern music. Like, if I wanted to listen to something, it would be video game or movie soundtracks or like classical music.
The way it was explained to me once was that the lead singer wanted to draw a comic book and ended up making like a soundtrack for his comic book. And then that became more popular than the comic book.
Well, I mean, good for them for making a career out of it, but also it's kind of sad.
Top listing, Coheed Cambria books in order. The Armory Wars. Yep. The lead singer has a very kind of like high voice.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw them in concert in Boise, Idaho years and years and years ago. And when the lead singer came out on the stage, he's a big dude. He looks like this. I'll post a picture of him in the chat. He looks like this. He came out and he goes, "Hi, we're Coheed and Cambria," and the guy next to me holding a beer went, "It's a dude!" Like really loud. I thought it was really funny. This is what he looks like in concert, I think. He's got so much hair. It's amazing.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a double Dan Avidan.
Pretty much, yeah. I guess this is more what he looked like when I saw him in concert. But. Hi, we're going Cambria. Good stuff.
Yeah. Cool band name also.
Yeah. Not a bad show. The Suffering. A favor House Atlantic, yeah. That's gonna get me copyright struck. It's like, I want to call it, I don't know what the actual genre is, but it feels like soft metal, I guess. Hardcore emo progressive metal. There you go. Progressive
Mouthful.
rock. What you doing, kid? I gotta eat stuff off the table. Lip. The MO is pick it up off the table, put it in my mouth. Is it food? Drop it on the floor. Pick up the next item on the table.
That's how he experiences the world.
Yep. Beautiful. Is an Earthbreaker Mall just a big pick? Like, what makes it an Earthbreaker Mall?
I'm not sure.
Seems very specific. I'm really... I don't want to talk about it. Today is the non-doom scrolling day.
Yep.
Today is to stay away from the internets.
Yep. I've had a couple of times not spitting out questions my brain keeps asking. It looks like it is just a big old chunky Warhammer, an Earthbreaker Mall.
Okay. Ooh. I totally read that as Earthbreaker Weapon Base. Which, I mean, that's what it is, but I read it as, like, BASS. Because it had the picture of the guy from Coheed and Cambria. I guess it'd be doompa 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 doomp, but whatever. Damn it. Indeed. Indeed. I clicked on the YouTube main page, like I shouldn't have. And the top thing is just a big yellow thing. Now what? That's the new mood for the day. Now what? Or I guess whelp. This is our mood board. If people want me to write something on the mood board, I'll write it on the mood board. I want to make this hammer bigger. This doesn't feel big enough. Just a matter hammer that knocks people over when it hits. Yeah, I mean, like, I guess... I feel like any hammer... Like, there's two ways to look at it, right? Like, any hammer is an earthbreaker. Otherwise, it's not a good hammer.
Yeah.
Or it is a hammer that can literally break the earth. Which, that's a... You know... That's a thing to say.
Yeah, yeah. When looking at the description in Pathfinder for their Earthbreaker Maul, it's a hammer with spikes on the blunt face, and it's got a spike on the rear face, so it's versatile, bludgeoning and piercing, but it also describes it as being able to smash through shields and armor. Although that was not...
so it's a shield breaker.
Yeah,
shield breaker maul.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's kind of the same thing with the gravity hammer, though. It's like...
Yeah, yeah.
Like... All big hammers are gravity hammers, unless you're just using your, like, main strength.
Yeah. Or unless you're specifically talking about an enchantment that would increase the effect of gravity, or, like, we shouldn't call it gravity, we should say increase the effect of momentum. Because if you're compounding the force vector, it should be momentum based, not gravity based.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Goo Goo. Oh, he's such a happy boy. Ball? You say ball?
No, he didn't. Not on purpose, anyways.
Yeah. Okay.
Can we get F's in chat? I keep looking back and keep reading. Don't forget the faction that had sex with the xenomorphs. Not that that isn't a topical thing to say. It's just I keep reading it. I keep reading it and having to like engage.
It's a sentence that only should be reacted to once.
Yep. Sweet, sweet man jerky. Yes. Yeah. I think I'm done with this one. Let's do one more and then I might take a quick break. A boxer crab monk with an enemies on its claws that are also monks. It's just fists all the way down, I guess. Oh, hold on.
Just as long as it's not different characters all the way down.
Hey, don't touch that. Did you eat any cat poo? I hope you didn't eat any cat poo. The baby gate didn't get closed.
No, I want to be in the cat poo room.
Or you just want to be picked up? Oh, you just want to be picked up. Okay. Yeah. Oh my. Oh my little man. Thanks for the fire dwarf. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Crab. That is a monk. With sea anemones instead of claws that are also monks. Can anemones have class levels? I mean, I guess if polar bears can. Why not anemones? What's up? You pooping? What's up? What's going on? I don't know. You look tired, kid.
I've been up since 7. I took a tiny nap and it made me more tired.
I freaking love the Bitsy voice. It's so funny. Thanks, Christ. The distraction. You're welcome. Like, that's what we're doing today. We are here to
not talk or think about the thing.
Yep. We're drawing crabs today. What if I drew this like way too detailed? Like, I need a good picture of a crab.
I'm on it.
I was gonna draw like some really derpy crabs because this feels a little bit like mimic stuff. Since it's monks on monks on monks. But like, what if I did just draw really, really... Give him a little headband. He needs a headband because he's a monk. How would a crab wear a headband? Oh, tiny man. Oh, tiny man. Why is your arm wet? What were you doing? What happened here? No. 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 Kid.
Here is a rock crab.
Yeah, you can't just bend. You will smack your head into the table. If I put you down, are you gonna scream? You gonna scream? Okay. Come here. Come here. Come on now. Oh, sleepy boy. Oh, sleepy boy. Welcome back. We're talking about crabs. Talking about crabs and magical crabs and where to find them.
I had no idea. I was getting lunch.
What to do? What should I do for lunch? It's only 10 o'clock here.
It's 1 o'clock for me, so.
Oh, Danny Man. Oh, Danny Man. Crab time. Name your favorite crabs. Yeah.
Coconut crabs, because they're not actually crabs.
Do I want to see this GIF? Fuck you, lady. I was trying to figure out the best way to dispatch of a crab because my family wanted to have like a crab boil. And I got to a Reddit page where this lady's like, my boyfriend wanted to make me a crab dinner and he thought the best way to do it was to like shank the crab with a knife. Only it didn't kill the crab, it just made it really angry, and so the crab like lived for another like 2 hours running around the kitchen, and they didn't know what to do because it had a knife stuck in it.
Oh no.
It's like, oh no, that's
Yeah.
awful.
I think
I fucking kill you.
it's put them in a freezer.
Yeah, that you're supposed to freeze them first so that they basically like shut off, and then you stab them. But this guy just shanked the crab and is like, I'm gonna fuck your day up.
At least I know that's what we do with lobsters, you put them in the freezer, and then you like in the head, like stab down with in the head.
My understanding, yeah, lobsters are pretty easy because like they have this, like it's kind of easy to see where to. You don't want me to talk about crabs? You scared of crabs?
I don't like it.
Crabs, though, I think you have to flip them over. You flip them over, and then you get them.
Mm.
And a lot of people will say just cut them in half and then cook it, so it's kind of easier. Which is what a lot of restaurants do. They'll take the top off and just cut them in half. Is that a sugar crab? What is that?
I'm not sure. High red-clawed crab. I guess.
It looks kind of tiny.
Yeah, it is.
Crab riding a albino crocodile.
The ultimate power play.
You look very sleepy. You want to take a nap? I know your mama just fed you.
Alright. I think I need to step away for a second. George, you want to draw?
Yeah, sure.
It's the same link as last time, so.
Okay. Give me a second. I gotta move stuff around on my desk.
I'm gonna just take a little walk around the house and see if I can get this kid to calm down. He might just want to be on the floor, but let's find out. You want to be down?
No, he's a tired baby. Okay, give me a minute.
I'm gonna step away real quick again. Sorry.
No worries. Everybody just leave it to me. It's fine.
Sorry. Nature calls.
Then answer her. Alright. Give me a second, chat. I'll, save game. There we go. Pull that baggie. And, let's see. I haven't warmed up yet. Crab time, name your favorite crabs? I don't think I have a favorite crab. I'm just kind of indifferent to them, honestly. Which I realize is a sin on the internet, but, you know, it is what it is. There we go. I'm in. Now the question is, what do I want to draw? Horseshoe crabs because they have blue blood? Yeah, but they're not really crabs. They're more closely related to trilobites. I do agree with you. I love horseshoe crabs. Although I love horseshoe crabs mostly because I also love Kabuto and Kabutops from Pokemon. They're like my favorite fossils of all time. And horseshoe crabs are not quite as cool. Alright. Pom-pom crabs are pretty S tier, I'll agree. Sriracha man. Elliot, have you seen the, like... Have you seen the laboratories where they, like, drain a little bit of blood from horseshoe crabs for whatever science purposes their copper-based blood is used for? It looks kind of horrific, actually, but also is pretty fucking cool. I know they don't actually hurt the crabs, they all get released back into the wild because they're important ecologically, but it's still a pretty, it looks pretty sketchy. I realize that all laboratories that do animal testing or animal anything look pretty sketchy, but They are actually important. No, I don't think I'm gonna do a Mothman today. Maybe I'll go back and do a Myconid or a Leshy.
I am back.
Hey, welcome back. Aren't pom-pom crabs the ones that use anemones on their claws? Yeah, exactly. They put anemones on their claws and use them to punch each other and predators.
Weird.
Yeah, but like it's good for the anemones. They get to ride around and get more food, and it's good for the crabs because they get better protection.
They get punchy real good skills.
Yeah, yeah, and they look jazzy.
Yes. I do have a question for you, Druid.
Uh-huh.
What type of spirit should I have as an animist?
Oh, that's a good question.
Mind you, this will probably be Senshi, which I'm having a hard time picturing Senshi being an animist, just because they're a hobgoblin.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not really sure, because I feel like I don't know enough about Rook's setting in order to be able to say what would feel appropriate.
No.
Sorry, that's not helpful.
Yeah. But yeah, there's... I guess I'll rattle off their names. There's Crafter the Vault, which deals with... gives you architecture lore and engineering lore, and a bunch of... I can only describe them as item spells / metal spells. It's like you get sigil, mending, knock, ghostly weapon, stuff like that, and a bunch of metal themed spells. There's Custodian of Groves and Gardens, which gives a lot of plant and healing stuff. Gives farming and herbalism lore. There's Echo of Lost Moments. Gives you a couple of like illusion and time-based stuff.
Interesting, okay.
Or, yeah, most of it's kind of illusion. Like, they get Quandary, which is the remaster version of Maze.
Mm-hmm.
But also, like, Curse of Lost Time, Deja Vu, Vision of Death, Foresight. There's Imposter in Hidden Places, which it gives a lot of, like, creepy magic stuff, like invisibility, liminal doorway, which is, I can't remember what it's called. Dimensional door.
Okay.
And mislead planar palace. As well as they get a nasty like focus spell that gives like disadvantage on their attacks for a round, or their enemy's first attack on the round. And also they take void damage. There's Lurker and Devouring Dark, which can be both deep sea or eldritch.
What are we talking
about? The spirits. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
For the
I was
animist?
asking. Yep. I guess the technical term is aberration, but they're spirits.
Aren't pom-pom crabs the ones that use anemones as claws? Yeah. I guess I should have started with that, but...
I can lich mushroom on me. Gotcha.
If I was going to let
friends-
somebody play a crab with an enemies that were also monks, I would not let the enemies choose what they're attacking.
Yeah.
Anybody standing adjacent to the crab at the end of its turn takes flurry of blows. That being said, we could start doing some fan art for the not fan art, but like concept art for the crab game. I am gonna need new revenue income, so
Crabominable.
Ugh. I don't like that Pokemon.
I don't know what's going on in this picture.
It's a fighting crab. That's also a nice top. Because it's a play on snow crabs.
I hate it.
It's also, I think, the evolution of a thing that's based off of a coconut crab. Which,
Yes.
in my mind, should have been the final evolution, but whatever.
Crab brawler.
Did all your Cheerios fall out of the cup because you dumped them out?
Yeah.
It does tend to happen.
He will just like fistful of Cheerios pull out of the bucket, get one Cheerio in his mouth, and then just drop the rest of them. Just like, oh. These are no longer required.
It really is like a cat then.
Yeah.
Where'd all my food go?
I am a little worried about the crab game. Just because I don't want to animate a billion crabs, but I think I'm gonna have to. What if we did something like there are no arms? So a crab just like... Crab is just a little body with like little floaty bits. That could be a crab. I'm okay with this.
As long as it reads crab.
A pistol shrimp Pokemon is cool. Fistful of Cheerios. Yeah. The guy from the good... What's the guy's name from The Good, Bad, and the Ugly? Like, I don't think he has an actual name, right? It's like...
I don't know.
There's Tuco. That's the only one I remember.
What is,
Clint Eastwood's.
Yeah. I think he's just the government, right? Dirty Harry? Wrong movie. Blondie. They're right. That sounds familiar.
Nope. Man with no name.
He is the man with no name? Is that its
Literally
own movie,
man
though?
with...
Or is...
I believe so because I think it's spawned the spinoff.
Okay. Maybe somebody calls him Blondie in the movie. Jordan, welcome in. How are you today? You don't have to answer that.
So man with no name, he's called Blondie.
Okay. What's your partner's name? Today we have Corvus and Druid hanging out. Druid is drawing. Corvus is being our lore librarian.
As per usual.
Let's lore librarian and more or less finding answers to questions.
This is the same thing.
I mean, most librarians don't have all of the information stored in their heads. They just know where to look to find it. It's the point of a library. Let's see what. In terms of the spirit, you were asking about.
There's a bunch. That's kind of like the issue.
Yeah, it was kind of overwhelming. My initial thought is one of the first ones that you talked about that gave the engineering lore.
Mm-hmm.
Engineering lore could potentially be useful if we're going to keep dungeon diving. And it's not too far off from, like, he's an alchemist right now, so it's not too far of a leap character-wise for him to be like, oh, I've got all of this information, because he's studied, and maybe
Hey kid.
it becomes, instead of studying chemistry, he studied engineering. Which I know IRL, those things are not closely related, but it's more of a lateral jump than saying he's suddenly a dumb as rocks barbarian.
It's been 30 years since I watched one of those movies. Yeah, it's been a while. I do need to make icons for Druid and Corvus, so people know when you're in chat. I don't think I can make them animated like my bird, but hey, don't eat the thermometer. Give it back.
Here, do this. No, I want the magic cards.
Everything I own is slowly getting higher and higher.
And even you won't be able to reach it.
Don't like that. That's metal. That's metal.
I'm so tired. Hey, stop.
Okay, we'll try that. We'll try that. See if that will dissuade the boy.
Never.
I kind of dig this little phantom crab. I'm gonna put it on my mood board. God, where even is my Discord channel for the crab game?
I don't know. I don't think I've been around much when you've talked about it recently. Either that, or I've generally assumed you were talking about one of the other crab games that have been made and published recently.
I guess maybe I've been holding on a little closer to just Dalcor and I want to build a tower defense game just to, like, we want to build a game and that should be simple.
Yep.
Like a proof of concept, can we do it type thing. And so we decided that the enemies are going to be crabs, so we've been calling it the crab game. Tower defense game with crabs.
The crab.
Yeah.
I'm like, we should call it Everything Becomes Crab, and Doc was like, that's amazing. And then, like, this is years ago, by the way, but when we started talking about this. And then, like, 2 or 3 weeks later, he's like, I didn't realize there was a meme about this. And I was like, yeah, that was the joke. And he's like, oh, I just thought it was really funny. And I was like, all right, awesome. Thank you, Jordan. I hope your day's going well. I hope you're doing all right.
Hope you're not doom spiraling.
Yep. Avoid the Twitter. Probably indefinitely. I would say just avoid Twitter indefinitely. Moving forward with your lives.
Yeah. If you can.
I have a pseudo-political thing. I said I wasn't going to do it today. But, like, I have a real question. That shouldn't be...
Derisive?
Yeah, this shouldn't be derisive because it's a legitimate thing now.
Mm-hmm.
But it spawns from a derisive thing. Today's not a Twitter day. Yeah, exactly. If Elon Musk starts working for the government, is he allowed to own Twitter? And or is Twitter then a mouthpiece of the government?
So, I don't think he would work for the government in an official capacity, but he would continue to do what he's doing, where he's being contracted out.
Okay.
To do the rocket stuff. However, Twitter is already a mouthpiece for the government.
Yeah. Come get your American propaganda.
But I think the point is specifically that the government is not paying for it.
No.
Elon's just doing it because he wants to.
Doing it for the lulz.
He doesn't go here. He's not even from here.
If your question is in regards to how censorship on Twitter is going to work from now on, your guess is as good as mine.
Are you on Kara or Blue Sky, Rook? I'm not, but I'm not really on Twitter either. Like, I'm bad with my social media. I have accounts on all of these places. I think. I don't know if I have a
Blue Sky?
I might have a Blue Sky. I don't think I have a Kara.
I don't know what Kara is.
Me neither.
Is Kara the
Blue Sky is actually pretty good. A lot of artists migrated from there recently again from Twitter because the AI learning software stuff is now mandatory. You can't turn it off on Twitter.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna have to reinvigorate my social media because I am almost done with my commission backlog, and I'm gonna have to start looking for commissions again. So I might figure that out soon. I might also open up to drawing some more sexy stuff because I need money.
I mean, hey,
this is not specifically for artist profiles. Yeah, so I might head that way. We'll find out.
hang on. Sorry, talking to myself.
You're fine. I think I'm going to change this up a little bit. So I was trying to draw a crab. Uh-oh. Oh, kid, did you trap yourself?
Help me!
Uh-oh.
Help me!
Jordan asked, am I apprehensive to submit a character because I don't want to get in trouble with D&D's copyright holders? Am I allowed to use my character as I want if you draw it? The answer to that is generally, as long as you're not making money off of it. If you're going to do something that makes money off of it, then whoever drew it, probably Rook, needs to be compensated, and you would need to work that out. If it's just, like, if you're going to post it online, then credit to the artist would be appreciated, but other than that, generally speaking, we say we drew it, you can use it, especially if it's just in the home game thing.
Yeah.
I'm
Also,
kid.
the D&D copyright stuff doesn't really apply to fan stuff.
Yeah. So Jordan, here's the thing, and this is. And maybe Druid and Corvus just said this, but I'll reiterate it. So essentially, if you give me a character to draw, For this is why I asked for people to be vague. I'm allowed to draw that character the way I want because you've just given me a suggestion. And then you still own the right to your character, and I own the right to my art. So like and I think that's what Drew was saying. Like basically, you can't sell the art that I make, right? Now, if you commission me, then we can discuss something about that, right? That's different.
Yeah.
Because then I'm doing work for you, and if you want to own the rights to that, that's part of the deal. Like that's something we can discuss. And I've had to do that for books. Like when I sell my art for publication, basically they own the right to use that for all of their publication of the book. If they want to do advertisements and stuff with it, like that's part of the deal. But for the most part, what I usually do is when I make art for people, especially with commissions, I generally keep the rights to the art myself, because then I can give it away to Patreon members. I can make tokens out of it. I can make stickers out of it. So unless you want that to specifically be your thing, that's how that works. And so having somebody draw your stuff doesn't give away copyright of your idea, period. It just doesn't, right? Like, if you ask for but the other part about that is if you ask for like a Tabaxi fighter, somebody drawing a Tabaxi fighter, like that's not your idea, even though it is. Does that make sense? So when you copyright something, you're copyrighting that character specifically, and its use and likeness for that story. So it's kind of the same reason that you can get away with like having a mouse that drives a boat, right? You can write a story about that, draw a picture of that, but it can't be Mickey Mouse. I can now, but like,
technically it still can't be Mickey, but it can be Mortimer.
Yeah. And so like, I think a lot of people get worried about losing their IP when they share stuff like that on the internet, and for the most part, it's not really applicable. It's just not applicable. It's not something you really need to worry about, unless you're getting into something very specific. Like if you start publishing books, or if you start. I'm no kid. Oh, poor kid, so tired. Or if you start commissioning people for that work, because then you need to deal with ownership. And that goes into like replication and changing too, because like if you have an artist draw your character, are you then allowed to take that artwork of theirs and put it on anything you want? Because if you start putting it on like propaganda or like anti-LGBTQ stuff, they might have an issue with that, and you need to talk about that. You need to know about that stuff beforehand. So I say that specifically as to like Sticker Mule kind of floop the pig there, because they went against what their audience, a big chunk of their audience, was doing.
I flooped the pig.
Yeah. If you want to trademark something, you probably want to talk to a lawyer. Exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
So, when dealing with people on the internet, if you don't have a contract, it's a lot of fair game.
Yep.
Yeah. You draw a ghost character of mine, and you more or less got him as I imagined. Can I still use that ghost how I originally intended without fear of trouble? Yeah. Like I don't own that character. I own the drawing I did of him. Does that make sense? Like that's the big difference. So if I take that and I make stickers or put that on a shirt, I have the complete legal right to do that. If you want to go and write a book about him, you can, as long as you don't use my artwork without permission.
Yeah.
You still have the absolute right to have someone else draw him. You can draw him yourself. If you like my artwork and you talk to me about it, you can probably use that artwork, but the character is still yours. All right. Copyright is automatic. Yeah, and like copyright is also it's really weird, like because it's so specific. Copyright deals with a lot of things. I can use my
it
own
also
art.
doesn't
Yeah,
really
exactly.
work as well for small creators anymore either. Thanks, Disney.
Yeah, and it is a big thing. Like a lot of copyright laws are
are really derived from fraud, like fraud protection,
Yeah.
right? So, and that's why I'm saying, like, if you look at Dresden, right, you can copyright or trademark Dresden, who's like, his full name is like, shoot, Harry Copperfield Houdini Dresden, right? Who is a wizard detective. You cannot copyright wizard detective. That's not something that is copyrightable. It's just not.
Yep.
And so that's the biggest thing, and why I ask for like vague suggestions when we do the draw here, because I don't want to draw like, I don't want to take and own your specific character, but if you give me, you know, a Tengu sword wizard, I can draw that. That's great. But, like, you don't own the right to Tengu Sword Wizard. That's not something you created, right? And when it comes to WotC and other things, like, that was the big thing about they were trying to copyright all of these things that, like, the community has made. And they're like, hey, if you do art of anything D&D, we own that. And it's like, that's not how that works. And so even, like, I have a disclaimer down in my description that if you like, you can use for your own stuff. But it essentially says that when I do art, I'm doing my own art, and it's mine. And you don't own the art just because it's based off of something that is something else created.
Yeah.
You cannot copyright a goblin warrior. You can copyright a hobbit, but not a gnome.
Yep.
Or a halfling, or whatever they want to call it now, right? That's the difference.
Yeah. It's like the bad version of all this would be like Games Workshop recently copyrighted their unique names for elves and dwarves.
Mm-hmm.
So they have like full control over those specific aspects.
Yeah.
So like dwarves are now called Dwarden. And that's like their copyright name for dwarves, even though every fan will continue just to call them dwarves because that's obviously what they are.
Yep.
And like with Space Marines 2, they can copyright the name Space Marines, but they can't copyright Space Marines. Like that's
as a concept.
As a concept, you can't do that, right? And that's where uniqueness comes in, right? So you can make a story about a dark elf who decided to break free of his societal structures, but you can't call him Dritz. like
Yep.
Dritz is the copywritten part.
Yep.
Everything else is free game. So there's nuance in it, and there's a reason that it's a whole section of law.
I literally had a friend who went to law school for this.
The guy that I got a big chunk of my master's degree paid for by the university because I was working for them, and they were like, we really want someone to go to law school, and me and like the two other people that were in the program were like, nope. Like, we don't want to do that. It's like the least creative field you can go into is art law.
Yeah.
Who knows? I probably would have made more money.
Yeah, the guy knew he went to law school in Nashville for like copyright music law, which is a thing.
It is a thing. I have to deal with that all the time because Spotify and YouTube are assholes. So.
Yep. Well, specifically, they have no protections against fake copyright strikes by massive.
That being said,
record labels.
Yeah. Right now, we are listening to the Heartbound soundtrack, which is put up by Pirate Software because he thinks it's stupid, and he has put up all that music for streamers to use because he's an amazing dude.
Yep.
So.
Thank you, Thor, for being a human being.
Yep. Yeah, if Jordan, if you do want to do something with your character that is, like you want to get art that is yours that you can use, that's beyond like I said, if you just want to use the art I draw for your home game, for your Tumblr page, I don't really have a problem with that. But if you want something that's commissioned for like permanency, that is your official artwork that you can then say like, hey, I own this. let's talk about that. That's totally something we can do. And I'm fine with that. A lot of the times people I deal with online are very open and free about that kind of stuff. About like, hey, I'm okay with you being the artist, still doing all of your stuff. Are you okay with me doing that too? Like, if I'm doing something with my character, can I make stickers and try to sell those? And it's like, if you're paying me for the commission, sure, as long as you let me retain the rights to it myself. And I haven't really had any problems with that so far. I've had one or two people that are just like, I want this and I don't want you to post about it, and it's mine. It's like, okay, you're charging, I'm charging extra, right? Like, if you're buying the license from me, like in perpetuity, then it's got to be more than the regular fee, because I don't have the option to make money off of it later.
Okay, I hate to derail the conversation.
I think we're done. Yeah, go ahead.
Druid, are you just drawing your druid in his wicker bone form?
No, not really.
Sure.
It kind of looks like that, right? But I'm just doing a twig leshy tiefling.
Yeah, Jordan, if you go to the my page, see if I can go to my page. If you go to the description of this video, there's a disclaimer that basically is telling WotC to F off.
You don't own elves, you don't own dwarves, you don't own...
Yeah, it essentially says that any art I do, like, might be derived from Dungeons and Dragons, but it is not official or licensed D&D content. It's just not. It's like, I'm not trying to say it is. It's just based off of a fantasy universe I like. So it's all fan art, essentially.
Yep. Those people are allowed to make fan art.
Mm-hmm. That being said, there might be a gray area about like a big one is Nintendo gets really pissy if you make fan art and then sell it of their stuff.
Yep.
But that's its own can of worms, you know.
Yeah.
So does Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars, same thing. I just want to draw a sexy Chewbacca.
No.
Kid, are you sleeping? Sorry, I haven't drawn the crab for a little bit. I got a sleepy boy on me.
I'm still plucking away at my drawing.
You just need
Suppose
a
I
nap.
should move it over a little bit so people can actually see what I'm working on.
A little nap?
Because I just realized you don't see any of that left hand.
Oh, is the screen cut?
It is a little bit, but that's fine. I'll just move it over.
I'm noticing that there's a black bar too, so I think my window is just scaled wrong. I'll adjust that. Let me see if I can put the kid down. Are you asleep? I hope you're asleep. Sleepy boy. Okay. Let me adjust this real quick. That goes there. That goes there. I don't know why that got scooted over. There we go. Well. Oh, I gotta change the Happy Halloween. That's no good. You can just turn that off for today.
You'll love SMG4. Funny animations about a stupid version of Mario, and Nintendo forced them to modify some of their secondary characters. SMG4. That sounds familiar, but I don't think I watch them frequently.
Where are you reading that from?
YouTube chat.
Uh-oh.
Jordan.
Oh, it just popped up for me. That was weird. Apparently I'm like 30 seconds behind.
That's kind of bad.
Space Tour 4 with Plasma Axe, totally not Warhammer. Is that a suggestion you're making?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't
just
know if
also a
Games
joke.
Workshop. Yeah. I don't know if uh, Games Workshop is watching this. Who knows? They might come after us.
Yeah, I mean, a big part of it is money, right? Like,
Yep.
there's two things you don't want to do with your IP. You don't want people to misuse it in a way that would be bad for the company, right? So, like, hey, we're drawing Space Marines that are all naked and their Ghibli bits are political figures. It's like, okay. Games Workshop probably doesn't want their name on that. Or
I'd be
two,
down for that.
someone is trying to is cutting in on your money by selling something that is directly in competition with you, or are confusing people and thinking that it is you. So
Yeah.
if you're not doing those two
Using your
things,
IP.
a lot of companies don't do anything about it because it's not applicable, right? It's not worth the money to stop it unless they can get something out of it.
Yeah.
But that first one is kind of important, which is why Nintendo is so protective of their stuff. They're less worried about the money, and they're more worried about people besmirching Nintendo's pristine name.
Yeah, the name that started out as
Nudie cards, yeah.
yeah, nudie cards and prostitute
Love
hotel.
hotels.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't prostitutes. It's just where you could go with the prostitute.
We have the
They
most
didn't-
comfortable beds in the area.
They didn't own the sex workers. They just provided them a venue.
Exactly.
It's a win-win for everybody.
I mean, I have no problems with sex work, honestly. So, as long as it can be done in a way that is safe for all parties involved.
Yeah. You have to defend your copyright, or you have the implied forfeiture. Yeah, I mean, and I think Nintendo is weird too because it has a different, like, different countries have different law structures.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, like, China just does not care.
Yep.
And so, unfortunately, because the manufacturing is over there, a lot of the companies are like, hey, we're already making this thing. What if we just made it and didn't put the brand logos on it? That's a great idea. It's like, no, that's a bad idea. You're diluting the thing you're making. Why would the company still pay you if you're making a counterfeit of it?
And then they get sued in international court, and China just goes, no, it is a totally unique thing. We don't recognize your claim.
Okay, what if it's a spirit monk that punches with an enemy's?
So, like, Way of Astral Self?
Yeah. So it gets like 4 pseudopod attacks.
So are you leaving the knife into the crab?
I don't have to, but I was.
Okay.
I'll leave it there.
I wasn't sure, like, am I, like, that's behind stream that Rick hasn't, like, erased the knife yet?
He just
Kinda
seemed like a
what else?
badass. Like, you stab the crab and then he just comes after you. It's like, oh, that's not good.
And just remember the time that you got demonetized because I did a guy who had hunted weasel and had
That's
a
right.
ferret on a spear.
I didn't think about that. Yeah. Let's see if I've been kicked off YouTube yet. Not yet.
Not that your streams make a ton of money, but every little bit counts when you've got a baby.
Send the super chats.
Yep.
Super chat in the comment.
Let's make sure Rook can feed the child.
Get in the comments.
Help me pay for college for the kid. Well, for me and then for the kid. Maybe I can pay off my student loans before he goes to college.
You and I both know that the system was not designed for you to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Although, that being said, I'm not sure the system was actually designed. I'm pretty sure it was just a bunch of people saying, hey, I bet we can get more money out of these kids if we do this.
No political crap today. Tomorrow.
Tomorrow we'll complain about it.
Yep.
Sorry.
Tomorrow.
Yep.
Too sore of a subject.
I don't care what kind of crab you are. Like, even the happiest crabs should be foaming at the mouth.
I agree, actually.
I just think of Krabby or whatever it is from Pokemon, just like foam bubbles.
Citizen
like-
Snips.
But I feel like coconut crabs might have a harder time with that.
Yeah, because they're not really aquatic, are they?
No, I don't think they. I think they just sink and like would maybe even in fact drown.
What are we talking about?
Coconut crabs.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
'Cause
What is a
they're,
leshy?
like,
I only know the word from the indie game Inscription. Yeah, leshies are just like living plants, like little humanoid plant people.
Yeah. So if Leshy, I think it's definitely used in Pathfinder more than D&D, right?
Yeah.
But like in Pathfinder, a Leshy is just kind of like a blanket term for plant or plant adjacent creatures. So a myconid from 5e would be a spore Leshy or a mold Leshy, basically a mushroom.
And like Inscription does a pretty good job of just being right there. I really want to say.
Also,
here's-
go ahead.
I really want to say here's diapers for a month, but I think I need to wait until after we have a 2-income household again. Yeah, no. Take
Yep.
care of yourselves
Yep.
first, people.
It was mostly a joke about asking for money.
So,
If you can, it's
No.
appreciated. If not, don't worry about it.
so dryads would be Fae. Leshies are like small plant creatures.
Yeah.
They're also generally like created from when like a nature spirit implants itself in a plant. It makes itself a little body.
Yeah. I think a dryad's more of just like almost an elemental, right? Like forest
Yeah.
spirit,
Yeah.
usually linked to like a large tree. Whereas a
Yeah.
leshy's like a leshy's closer to a possessed shrub.
Yeah, or the what are they? The little forest spirits in Princess Mononoke.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. I couldn't remember the name.
Kodamas.
Kodama. Yeah, that's it.
Little forest spirits.
Yep.
They're just cute little creatures. Although mine is clearly not cute, and I haven't drawn it with little proportions, so who knows?
Yeah.
When does a leshy
As-
become a tree ant?
That's a good question.
So something that sort of happens. So there are types of leshies. I think if they live super long enough time, they become green men.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And some of them, if they live long enough, can become like demigods.
Old
But yeah,
man Willow.
The leshies are like derived from like Slavic folklore in name only.
Okay.
Comes from Leshen, which if you're a fan of Witcher, you would know them as big, tall, skeletal tree monsters
Nice.
with like deer skull heads. But they're like forest spirits that can like grow as tall as a mighty pine tree or shrink down to nothing. And generally would just mess with travelers going through the forest. Though, if you wear your clothes inside out, they'll leave you alone.
I have heard that before. That's weird.
Yep. Apparently, I think they're also like enraged if you wear a crucifix through the forest.
I mean, mood. I'm kidding.
Sure, Jan. Sure.
I don't actually have any problems with Christianity. I just have a somewhat
Trauma.
fraught history with it myself. Yeah, trauma.
Do.
That happening.
I like that. What does Yggdrasil look like? I think also known as the Tree of Life. I mean, didn't you watch the new Loki?
Yeah.
The Tree of Life is generally denoted as a tree on top and its roots. Like, that's the defining. Each of the branches is a different world of life. So
I mean, if you want
that.
to be like super specific, it's supposed to be like an ash tree.
Yeah. Sorry, Druid.
Hmm?
I went for the only spot that was still open.
Oh no, it was fine. I didn't even notice. I'm zoomed in on antlers here.
Rolling dice. A toad wizard using a mushroom umbrella to escape the rain. This is a really cool example of what we were talking about a little while ago with like copyright. This is a great concept for a picture, right? A toad wizard using a mushroom for an umbrella. Not wholly original. Like, they've been making statues of this since the 60s. Like,
Yep.
and that doesn't make it any less good. It's cool. So
It's adorable.
it's adorable. But me drawing this and you writing it on the internet does not make it copyrightable for either of us. It's just a thing we did. Yeah. So when I draw this, I will be able to sell my own thing, and I could probably yell at somebody else if they try to sell the exact same thing. But if someone else draws a picture of that, I can't stop them, right?
Yeah.
That's the difference.
If you were to draw this as that very famous picture of my neighbor Totoro at the bus stop,
Yeah.
you
You have to make the argument that that is transformative in some way.
Yep. And if it's recognizable, and especially like in Ghibli style, then you could have a very difficult time making that argument.
Yep.
I will say, Paizo managed to get something out like that. So
Ghibli is.
Didn't they make a Ghibli campaign though? Like,
I don't think so.
I thought maybe that was someone released a Ghibli inspired universe. Maybe it had been a Kickstarter. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I do remember there's been like a few Kickstarters based on that. So
It's home to a squirrel that goes from the canoe to the road and trades insults between eagles and dragons. Oh, Yggdrasil? Yeah.
Yggdrasil? Yeah. That lore is so old it's impossible to copyright, though.
I have a magic card.
Ratatoskr.
I told
was
my
this
brother
supposed to
about
be?
your squirrel deck, and it made him very
I
happy.
love the squirrel deck. It's so fun. Now I have 2 squirrel decks.
My brother also refuses to play modern Magic: The Gathering, though.
Ugh. So, technically, like some of the cards that have come out, like the Lord of the Rings ones, aren't technically legal in a lot of settings.
Yep.
Actually, the Lord of the Rings one might be okay. I think that was in standard. I'm not sure. But like, I was just watching The Professor, and if you know The Professor, cool. If not, don't worry about it. He talks about Magic: The Gathering stuff. He was basically saying that a long time ago, people were upset about Wizards doing the sets that are like Transformers and the hell was it? Like, I think the one that really pissed people off was The Walking Dead. And they're like, wow, we shouldn't do this because like eventually we're gonna have like SpongeBob, and people were people are like, no, that like you can't just say that. Like it's not going to happen like that. And now the next one's coming out as SpongeBob, and people are like, see, this is the bullshit we were talking about. And not only that, but like next year they're going to make all of those sets viable for standard. And people are just like losing their minds. So I don't know. Universe Beyond, yeah, thank you. I don't know. I don't know what Wizard Watsy's doing with Magic.
My brother's not like my brother doesn't have problems with them adding a bunch of different IPs to the cards. It's them fucking with the rule set so much.
Yeah.
And producing so many cards that break the game.
Yep, I agree. It's a weird time for Magic players right now. Pathfinder Origins. Yeah, see, that's pretty good. I think that's a good use of an iconic thing, right? Like the difference between homage and theft.
Ripping it off.
Yeah. Like they didn't try to make it Totoro and the little girl, right? Like it's very much a dwarf and a giant
badger.
A giant badger. Yeah, it could be a badger.
Hilarious. Yeah, there's been large-sized fairy badgers or fey badgers in Pathfinder for a long time, since first edition. I think they have them in second edition too.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say earlier. I don't remember context though. It was a Reddit. One of the YouTubers reading a Reddit post. The post was essentially asking like, if saying your name to a fae like means that they can steal it, is that true about anything you give them? So if they like ask you for your coat and you give them their coat, they just put it on and walk away because you gave them your coat. And then they said, "Be fae, do crime." Like that was the tagline. That's funny. Yep. I like the idea that there are fae out there just scamming humans for no reason except that they can.
I mean, the goblin market exists.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. If you could arrange a D&D session in a video game, what game software would you use? I use Minecraft or Roblox. Minecraft works. Minecraft works really well. I've helped somebody create their own, which was fun. That might still be available on Steam. It was called Aegis Online.
Doesn't have a lot of.
It's got no like character functionality, so it's just like base tokens. But I built a pretty cool texturing system for the walls and like blocks and stuff, so you can build terrain.
Yeah, we had fun playing with it.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. They didn't finish it because another game came out that looked much better, didn't quite do the same thing, and then everybody got into VTDs and it just kind of exploded. Now Foundry's pretty good. Foundry is great. I like using Foundry. What are some of the other ones? Minecraft is great. Minecraft is a really good one because it's already gridded, and that gridded system is really important.
This might be a weird thing to say, but games like Pillars of Eternity and like Divinity Original Sin 2, they have like modes where you can like set up like D&D games in them.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Obviously, you probably have to like use all the same stuff in there, so that is a limiting factor.
Right.
But
like Divinity Original Sin already has. It has a system like it's such a fantasy system that it would not be difficult to translate.
Right. And that's
basically everything that they have into D&D.
That's something interesting with Foundry. Foundry's nice because it integrates all of the rule set pretty well.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you don't need any of that. Like all you really need is like I've used Tabletop Simulator to play a D&D game where you just use checker pieces, right? Like Lauren, welcome in.
My favorite thing about Foundry and VTTs in general is that they make it much easier to keep track of the math and the abilities and the conditions.
Having a dice rolling system in game is really nice, and that's one of the reasons that, like Roll20 pissed me off for a very long time just because it essentially was just a board. And so it was so hard to make the board work that I actually stopped using Roll20 and started using Photoshop. I would live stream my Photoshop file to my players, and my players would just have to tell me like what they wanted to do, and I would move their pieces for them. Which is kind of not as cool, but it was so much faster and streamlined more because I was so comfortable with Photoshop than Roll20 was, that it made more sense to do it that way.
Also, probably a whole lot cheaper because
I mean, yeah. If you're already paying for Photoshop, then yeah.
yeah.
But you can use I had someone use Paint. MS Paint works for the same way. Like,
I successfully ran a game here in Aggie. It was literally just pop up the map as the background image and then have people blurb a dot for their color for their token, or upload an image if they wanted to, and then just like select that and move it around.
Yeah, that works very well. So like it really is just depending on what you wanna do with it. Like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater would work. Trying to think of other things.
7 Days to Die.
7 Days to Die. You can do 7 Days to Die. Anything that you can put down spacing and or tokens, you can play D&D with. I'm glad they didn't draw the goblin peepee.
That's why I like put it as a spoiler, because it's like
it's a naked goblin.
It's a little crass.
Yeah.
But yeah,
money.
It's
Nirvana.
Nirvana, baby.
Yep.
You know, I did not realize until that image that the lipless goblins, they would have a really hard time holding their breath.
It's why you should give goblins lips, Paizo.
It's really Wayne Reynolds.
Goblin lips are hard. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, if you want to draw a billion teeth, how do you draw the lips? You don't. You just don't.
Or just hide the teeth.
But that's the best part.
Yeah. Also, it's the best way to draw a goblin without feeding into unsavory stereotypes.
Beep, beep, beep.
Anyway, goblins are really fun to draw, though.
I'm a big fan of like fey goblins. So
yeah.
A little chaotic,
And,
a little stupid because they just don't understand human stuff.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, I am tempted to like pull that picture out and draw in a little peepee, just because I think it would be hilarious. I realize that I am much more desensitized to nudity than most people, though, so I won't. But I am tempted.
For shame.
Just a penis. They're not like rare or remarkable enough for people to be afraid of them.
Nobody screen caps that or like writes in the thing. I just like the goblin penis. Druid 2024.
I want to see more goblin
just can be
penises.
frumpier than frogs. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give him rugby legs.
I found out that Paizo has winged gorillas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Are they gorillas or are they winged monkeys like from the Wizard of Oz?
No, they're straight up winged gorillas.
Okay,
I shared art of one.
that's pretty awesome.
I don't know how large they are. They're giant aerial apes.
I mean, the Venara are very strange. Like,
Just monkey people.
no, but like the way that they are described and worded, like the Monkey King is a giant gorilla, like a giant gorilla. It's like, but he's not a monkey. He's just not a monkey.
Well, okay, so there's the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. He's in Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Gorilla King is something different. He's
Yes.
demonic avatar of Angazan, which is a giant gorilla.
And he is called the Gorilla King?
Yeah.
Okay. I
Name
might
isn't
have my
Grodd, is it?
lores mixed up.
I think you maybe are thinking of the Char Ka, which like served the Gorilla King, which are like mandrill-like monkeys.
Well, so the way I thought it was, and I might have to go back and watch my own video before I do the research, is like there's a bunch of monkeys that serve maybe it is the Gorilla King. But then like if you usurp him and become him, you actually become him. Like you become a giant gorilla. And it's just like, but why?
Yeah.
But why? So,
Why not?
That's Angazang.
yep.
I mean, if you guys haven't watched that video, I highly recommend going back and watch it. Just
Go
like,
watch all the videos.
It is really cool though. It's one of my favorite pieces of character art that you've drawn. Honestly, I love the monkey monk character. And it's kind of a slept-on heritage, I think.
You could always play a Vanara.
I could.
Bananas are fun.
I've just barely gotten to play a Strix again though. So
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not ready to switch again.
I mean, he'll die
Or,
soon
I'm not
enough.
ready to switch again. Yeah. I mean, if last time was any indication.
Yeah. Digital tabletop RPG gameplay can be a thing if you have people who live in different parts of the world, but you still want to be accessible. I take physical dice all the time. I just dice dragons in the case. Yeah, and like I'm okay with that too. Like that's a big thing that people struggle with. I just realized I'm also drawing something holding a staff. Sorry, Druid.
That was fine.
Something I realized pretty early on of doing a lot of games through COVID was virtual tabletops don't always have the best randomizers. So it's important that you trust the people you're playing with, that they can use real dice, because real dice are fun. Like real dice are fun, and it's just a matter of making sure people aren't cheating.
Yeah.
And so it's I've known some people in my life that roll really well, and it could be that they know how to cheat dice or that they just cheat. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like that's the biggest thing. At the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. Like if people want to cheat at RPGs, who cares? It doesn't
people,
really. Yeah.
Let people have the endorphin rush of rolling the clicky clack math rocks.
Yep. Whoop. D&D is not competitive. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. If your D&D game is competitive, you're playing it wrong. Sorry.
I know I said no judgment, but fuck you.
All the judgment.
You're wrong. And
I
you
can
should
ride
feel
very
bad
fast.
about it.
Gustav can ride very fast. Next question. But can you? I need to watch that movie. It seems really funny. John Cena's a weird dude.
Yeah, he is.
I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure I watched an interview where they're like, "Oh, are you gonna have kids?" And he's like, "No, this world is so fucked up. I refuse to have kids." And I was like, not what I expected to hear from a man who I consider to be like quite jovial all the time, but
Yep.
here we are. I feel like I should make this toadstool a little different. I mean, I guess it's just not really well fleshed out. He also doesn't look like a wizard. He's got the wizard hat, but he looks disheveled. Like,
All wizards should look a bit disheveled.
I don't have time to deal with proper manners and clothing. I got arcane shit to do.
Besides, I also have to bathe every 30 minutes. Do you have any idea how horrible it is to sit in wet clothing constantly?
Poor Dresden wizards. You want to do a spell, you got to be clean, you got to be naked. Wizards can't use heaters. It's always cold showers. Always cold showers for wizards.
It really reminds me of Dungeon Meshi a bit. When Marcel was talking about like how hair is important for a wizard.
Mm-hmm.
That was a neat little thing.
Yeah, it's a fun way to look at magic.
What's up, kid?
Like being gross is like prevents magic from like spells from happening and affecting you.
That's the Armstrong school of alchemy too, isn't it? Just like you have to take care of your mind and your body if you wanna be a good alchemist.
Yep.
Everything in peak physical condition.
I mean, considering how like physical he is, probably.
Oh my goodness. Oh, little man. I know. I know, tiny man. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
You ready to draw something, Druid?
Yeah.
Roll me a d8.
The phone has been ringing nonstop today.
Oh, I bet.
A 4.
4. Female tiefling rogue with a pair of daggers. I wasn't sure where that sentence was going, but
With a pair of honkers.
yeah. Giant bahanga donkaroos.
God, that video. Honka bazongas.
What do you mean hair is important for a wizard? Is the spell components of him having hair? No, so I think Corvus explained it, but I'll explain it again just in case. I think in Dungeon Meshi, which is like Delicious in Dungeon, it's a Netflix series now.
Yep.
Basically, like, to make sure your spells do what you want, like, it's important to keep up with your hair so that you're, like, respecting yourself, so the magic respects you too, something like that.
Mm. Yeah, and so like one of the characters, Finchi, who's a dwarf, they try casting a spell on him and it like bounces off him because he's just so
dirty,
so
unkempt.
Yep, and that it kind of just stink. And then they made him take a bath.
And then he ends up being like one of the sexiest dwarves possible.
Yep. Which is then compounded by the fact that he gets temporarily turned into an elf, which is like the most hilarious thing. Rose petals flutter in the air.
I was shocked by how thirsty the internet got for a human Chilchuck.
The 50-year-old man.
Yep.
50-year-old divorced man.
Problematic Tumblr sexy man.
I mean, dads came back in vogue.
Just think about magical properties of body parts, nails, teeth, hair, which in Europe folklore often hold magical properties. Gotcha.
I will say, I always get thrown for a loop whenever I see one of the dog kobolds that they have.
Yeah, they're just dogs.
Yep.
Which I think is funny.
Which they, like, someone explained why that is, because it's because of a video game and the kobolds were just dogs. In that game.
Oh, sleepy man. Oh, sleepy man. Yeah. Not comfy? Not comfy, boy? We're going to be streaming probably long today just because I don't want to be on the internet.
Yep. I don't want to be alone.
I don't want to be alone. So,
Hold me, I'm scared.
we're gonna be taking some longer breaks while I'm taking care of the kid and stuff. He's probably about ready for some food, so I might just try to feed him here, and then I'm gonna fix this frogman. because I think he deserves a little bit extra attention. 'Cause I really like how dramatically scared I've made him look. We are here. Yeah. We're all in this together, guys. Exactly. Like that's most the thing.
We're all in this together.
We will shield each other from the internet today. Yeah.
And we do so for the next 4 years, though.
Done before, we'll do it again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Buy gold.
I don't know if buying gold would help, but okay.
Reality's a lie. The universe is a simulation. Buy gold. It's the only advice I have for people. That's not true. I have lots of advice. Jump Rope's work sent out an email that essentially boiled down to everyone is tired and exhausted, and regardless of what your affiliation is, we just need to stay together and like hug your loved ones and carry on. It's like, that feels about right.
Keep on and carry on.
Keep on, carry
on.
There is a part of me that very much wants to move to Australia right now.
I mean, could. But
Good.
It'll be summertime.
It'll be summertime.
Technically spring. So.
Grass is always greener, though.
Yep.
Just right now, we're in a drought. So everything looks greener. I think you have a nice, cozy place for otherwise my very... I'm too far away from the screen. I can't read. Internet carved out here. Yeah. I'm glad I found you. Good. Yeah. I'm glad.
Yeah. We're usually pretty chill, unless I go off on something stupid, which happens.
Or I do. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to call you out on it. It's your channel. You can do whatever the fuck you want. I'm just a guest.
I'll call you out on it.
Sure.
Good. Everybody needs to get called out on their shit every once in a while.
Yep. I'm not in the Discord channel. Hold on a second. I gotta get back to it. Oh, kid. I'm gonna try to put him on the floor again. Let's see what happens. You need a diaper change? Is that what's going on? You tooting?
Maybe. Open? Maybe. I woke up and I pooted.
I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Monarch of the Fey Courts.
What are you looking at?
It's one of the spirits called Monarch of the Fey Courts.
Oh. If you can have Queen Titania be your spirit familiar, that would be fucking crazy.
It's less a familiar and more of like a... I mean, you technically can have them as a familiar, but it's weird. But yeah.
Not in my world, you can't. Titania, Mab, Oberon, those guys punch high enough above their above the normal Fey weight class that I'm gonna need you to roleplay those interactions, baby.
Yeah, it doesn't even like describe them as being like truly Fey, but just like spirits of Fey, I guess. Monarchs of the Fey Courts make their homes near places with strong connected ties to the First World, or places where nymphs once had held sway. They're drawn to animists who blend an appreciation for art and nature's beauty with a ruler's ambition. Monarchs of the Fade Courts are vain, capricious, and do not easily forgive slights or poor manners.
Yeah, all that sounds about right.
And you have and each of the spirits, when you get the spell Avatar, you can like shapeshift into an avatar of them.
Mm-hmm.
And this one's called Queen of the Winter Court.
Ooh.
And you basically have all the speeds. Well, I guess you have to pick between a flying speed or a swim speed. One of the attacks is Queen's Caress. 15-foot reach agile does 6d10 plus 6 mental damage. And a ranged attack called Monarch Spite, which is a range of 120 feet, mental versatile code damage. Does 6d6 plus 6 mental or code. And the spells you get is like Tangle Vine, Charm, Create Food, Enthrall, Suggestion, Hallucination, Dominate, Mask Tear, Uncontrollable Dance, and Unfathomable Song.
Uncontrollable Dance, the classic for the Fae.
Yep. There's even like one, the Deep Sea one called Lurker in the Devouring Dark. You can also like reflavor it to be like something from the Dark Tapestry, so like Eldritch Horror. And with those, so like any spell that has the water or ice trait can do a void damage. Will do void damage instead.
Cool.
Release the Kraken.
Oh, I've really fucked up a lot of these proportions. Skipped too many steps.
Boop, boop.
Excuse me.
That is slightly better. Like the shoulder.
You want some of this? Okay, here you go. Don't choke on it. Croissants are probably safe for babies, right?
What is it?
Croissants?
I
I don't know.
don't know.
Sinus pressure's getting me to take off. No problem. Thanks for hanging out with it.
Hope you feel better.
Okay. Let's fix this frog. I want to be all doom and gloom and grumpy today, but it's really nice outside.
It's really doom and gloomy where I am.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's really cloudy and kind of drizzly. Summon Lesser Servitor. What does this do?
This head is a little bit
You choking?
large.
You okay? Yeah. You ho-humming? Okay. Yeah. Hi. Hey, smiley boy. I think I need a better mushroom.
An ink cap.
Is that the one with all the weird frills or just the black goo?
Black goo.
Okay.
They also are like fuzzy, like moths oftentimes.
Oh, sorry.
Bless you.
No honey till after second birthday? Oh, I heard first birthday. The thing I've discovered about baby science is that like most of it is outdated
Yeah.
and no one is willing to update that information.
Better safe than sorry, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Whiskey on ice cubes. For TV.
In Germany it's 36 months. Interesting. Botulism. Don't put the insect barf in the kid's mouth until he's at least 2.
Or thereabouts.
This kid is like chugging away. We're taking bets on whether or not he'll walk before 9 months.
Oh, that's right there.
Is 9 months the average?
No. No, like
No?
a year's average. You just want to walk.
In people. No.
He wants to be as annoying as possible. You can't catch me now, bitches.
I'll teach you for giving birth to me. Watch me wreck
I'll
all
make
your
you
shit.
suffer for bringing me into this world. How dare you? Insect barf in Yellowstone with dirty leaf water? Yeah. Dirty leaf water is pretty good.
Tastes like hot leaf juice. Uncle, that's what all tea is. It's hot tea. Leaf juice.
Can't believe someone from my own family would say something so horrible to me. Oh, Iroh.
All right, kid. You know you're not strong enough to lift that. I'm gonna put that away. Now. I know. I see you. I see that you want to do this, but this is not babysitting.
No. No.
95 pounds is not baby safe. We'll put that away.
Bone shaker.
It is such a Pathfinder spell. I love it.
Abagabaga! Oh my.
Having trouble with this face. I'm wondering if I should just do a Kakashi Sensei mask and leave it at that.
Or a skull. You could do a skull.
She's a rogue. Yeah.
Taskmaster. That was the Skeletor voice, but that was a little weird. My frog definitely looks more like a rogue than a wizard. You ever see one of these magic wands? That's a dagger. It'll make you bleed either way.
It's magic. See, dabs you.
That's why you need to add a little star at the end of it.
Boop. Produces red liquid. All I have to do is poke someone. It's magic.
I get to play my.
I cast stab.
I get to play my superstitious hobgoblin tonight.
Very superstitious.
That's exciting.
So far, it's been working out pretty well. He's a blade singer, wizard. What the hell is it called?
So there's Blade Singer Wizard, and then there's Eldritch Knight, and there's also the War Wizard.
I think I'm a blade singer wizard, which has been really fun.
Say, do you have a weapon that you're using?
I do. Yeah,
Okay, then you're probably Blade Singer.
I'm proficient in great swords. And every time we get into a fight, I just like run my finger down the flat of the blade, and then it starts glowing. And no one has called me on it yet, but I'm like, I do a cool martial arts move, and it makes my AC go up. And they're like, that's not how Blade Ward works. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it is. I'm having fun with it. But I'm just a wizard. Wizard with a sword. Oh, he needs little shorts. That's what he needs.
All wizards need little shorts.
I'm on book 2 of the Discworld stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty funny. I'm trying to listen to it when like getting ready for bed. So I keep falling asleep and then like waking up and not having any clue what's going on.
Yep.
So I've restarted it like 3 times now.
That's always the issue I have is like if I want to like listen to something like I can't do it before bed because I'll just end up falling asleep and it'll just play to the end or something.
Yeah. I put 30-minute timers on my audiobooks when I'm laying in bed for that reason. Because then if it turns off, I just start it up for another 30 minutes, or if it does run off, I'm only like a chapter behind. I just re-listen to that chapter. But yeah, they're finally talking about like the College of Magic, and it's really funny.
Colors of Magic.
Don't say that word. Which word? 4 plus 4. 2 and 6. 8? No! Don't say it. You'll kill us all. The octavo. It's such an interesting concept because it is essentially a D&D game. Like, the premise of the universe is that it's a kind of a made-up, stupid world that the gods made. And one of the main characters is essentially... I mean, he is a tourist from a different place. And they never really fully explain that. I think he might just be from a different island, like a different continent on the disc. But, like, he went there to... see all the cool fantasy shit that exists. So it does make a lot of sense.
Oh, Cratchit.
Yeah. He's 100% a tourist from our world, but all of his stuff is powered by like demons and stuff. Like his camera, he's got a camera, but it's a little tiny demon that lives in a box that paints a picture whenever he asks him to.
I'm reading Hogfather and the Amazing Maurice at the moment. Love Death and Discworld. Yeah, I also like. I have not read any of Discworld yet, but I like everything that I have seen about the way death is depicted in Discworld makes me go, "Oh, that is so cool."
Death is great. All the wizards summon him, and he's like, "I'm at a dinner party. What do you want?" And they're like, "I hope your party goes well." He's like, it's going well now, but everyone's about to take off their masks." And it's just like, oh, fuck. Like, uh-oh. They're not going to be happy. Death is great.
Death Sees Christmas. Or Hogsmith, whatever it's called.
What happened? What's up,
Or he's
kid?
the Hogfather.
Can't give a child a sword?
What if she cuts herself?
It's educational.
That will be a good lesson to learn.
I'm gonna post this every Christmas until somebody panics for my child, and then I might have to stop posting it.
I love the line. It's a sword. They're not meant to be safe. It's a line I want to pull out about guns every once in a while. It's a gun. It's not meant to be safe. Tool to kill things.
The money made from pure gold, so naturally it's false money because Ankh Morpork money contains as much gold as a drop of ocean water. Yeah. There's a lot of really like, I don't know if it's actually satire, but I think it's satire.
It feels like satire.
Yeah. Excuse me. Dang.
Bless you.
Something I think would be fun to do, but would probably suck. Would be to make people keep catalogs of their spells in their spell books. I think like the fact that people don't have to have their spell book in their hand, I think is kind of overlooked a lot, which is also probably why people play a lot more sorcerers and warlocks than wizards. But I think it would be even more interesting if the spell books were like you find an old spell book that has a super powerful spell in it. You have to take the action to pull that spell book out, like to use it, because it's not in your spell book, right? Unless you transfer it. But in transferring a super like ancient demonic spell, does that curse your book? I don't know.
Your guess as good as mine.
Yeah. If you like Discworld, you might select Good Omens. Yeah, I like Good Omens. I just finished rereading that one too.
Is the book series complete?
Yes, the book series is complete. The TV show is actually an extrapolation from that. Like the second season is not in the book.
Ah. So their second season is continuing on where the book left off, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe. I don't think he wrote more. Kid, I don't know why you're doing this. You're gonna pinch your finger. You did it the other day. Go ahead.
Well, he hasn't learned the lesson yet.
No. My computer has like a spring-loaded handle on it.
Mm-hmm.
And he just loves grabbing it. And he bit it the other day and then like cried. I was like,
Oh.
yeah, don't bite metal shit. What are you doing? You're gonna get snapped. You're gonna get snapped. Watch your fingies. Yeah! He's very excited about this. I remember when I was like 8 or 9, I found a mousetrap and I absolutely crushed my finger in it.
Mm.
Springs and kinetic force are powerful things. Or, not kinetic force. Potential. One day, kid, you will chip your tooth on a piece of metal like I did, and then you'll learn. That's what baby teeth are for. Which one? Yeah, Good Omens. I think it only has the one book, right?
I don't know. To Google.
Fairy Necromancer. That's an interesting way to spell fairy, but who for all intents and purposes is just Bowie as the Goblin King. Well, that's fan art.
So fairy are actually not fairies. They are essentially tiefling fae.
Okay.
I think. Either they are tiefling fae or they are tiefling, specific name for tiefling elves, which is
Gotcha.
yeah.
So it's like demons and daemons. Spelled slightly differently. There's a tiny bit of nuance.
Yeah.
And it's all just unnecessarily confusing.
This is D&D. Guys, this is specifically
Only
a
wrote the one book. Yeah. Okay.
D&D thing. Let me make sure.
Reminder that D&D lore is not real world lore.
There's a place here in the Sound called Orcas Island, and some of my cousins were talking about that. I'm like, oh yeah, Orcus, the god of slaughter, and they all looked at me like I was completely insane, and I was like, sorry, I thought it was funny. Kid, you do not belong under here. You gonna bonk your head? You just want to bonk your head? You haven't eaten in a while. You doing okay? Hey, when Mama left. Hi, Papa. I don't remember what Bowie's hair looked like as the Goblin King.
I'll get you a picture.
But I'm pretty sure he's just wearing like a striped vest with suspenders, right?
I don't think it's striped. I think it's just a vest.
Contact juggling.
He had like 7 costume changes in that film.
I remember a fluffy cummerbund. Nope.
Ascot.
Ascot. I might have been thinking of Interview with a Vampire.
That
Oh,
one?
that's what I was thinking about. Okay.
A boo.
Where's all your toys? What happened? Where'd they all go?
I lost them.
Look at all that stuff. Look at all that stuff.
Dance, magic, dance.
said.
Exactly. Yep. So, fairy. I looked it up. They are a tiefling elf.
Okay.
Actually, kind of cool.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
I like the dude's horns.
That is a very, very tall cranium.
So because they're elves, they get extra horns? What's going on there?
Mm-hmm.
It's horn instead of hair. It's all keratin. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
I was not a fly on the wall when these art choices were made. I was probably barely 5 years old when these art choices were made.
I'm a little bit sad to discover that the only hands I can draw without difficulty are fists.
Very Art Deco. I like doing a little bit of weird. Make the face too tall. Just a little bit too tall.
Yeah, I'm Druid. I'm the one doing the tiefling. I appreciate the Art Deco comment. It is probably it's not the most influential illustration style or character drawing style for me, but it is the most influential architectural style for me. I love the aesthetic. And I can totally see it, especially in the horns and in the pauldrons on the armor. Yeah.
How do we define
I'm
Art
really
Deco?
What was that?
How do we define Art Deco?
Art Deco is it's a comprehensive art style that started about I guess it was really in its heyday in like from the 1930s to around the turn of the century.
Sure.
And it is characterized specifically by high amounts of detail with common or cheap industrial materials. It is influenced very strongly by the Egypt mania that was happening at the time.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of stuff going to Egypt, and so there's a lot of kind of Egyptian graphical quality to it, and a lot of Egyptian-based proportion built into it.
Gotcha. I always looked at it as like very structured.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very, yeah.
The entire kind of like ethos of Art Deco was look towards the future, build on the past.
Gotcha.
And Art Nouveau was yeah, exactly. Art Nouveau is compared to it a lot because they're kind of very similar in graphic quality in a lot of ways. But Art Nouveau happened first and fell out of fashion relatively quickly. I think it started in the 20s. And it did not care about the past. It was we've got all of these new materials and industrial processes. Let's see what we can do with them make things that could not be made before, explore styles that could not be explored with materials that we had before, and it drew a lot of inspiration from organic kind of motifs. That's why you get so much like flowery, viney kind of
Whiplash.
organic shapes. Yeah.
That's superior than Art Deco, in my humble opinion.
I mean,
What's up, kid?
I can see that, but like technically Art Nouveau happened first.
Like an Art Nouveau chair.
Yeah. It's kind of like my observation, or it seems to me like Art Nouveau led to things like Dada, and kind of the more esoteric modernism, and Art Deco led to kind of like minimal modernism.
Like,
I think, yeah.
Art Nouveau is very elven. Art Deco is very dwarven. I
Yeah,
know
well,
Druid hates this comparison,
That's
but
how I always think about it. My brain kind of checked out after I got that. So you said Dada, and I was just like, nope, that's a new word I don't know, so I'm just gonna walk away.
Yeah. Good example of Dada is, remember the live action Casper from the Ghost movie?
Nope.
No? Okay, never mind. That the mansion that they set it in is it's either Art Nouveau or Dada. I think it trends towards Dada.
I lost my picture of David Bowie. Hold on, I gotta scroll up.
I'm sorry. I will delete the pictures I shared.
Big floof.
Big floof indeed. Big floof and black and white eye makeup.
You have a good time, kid?
Always.
Habababagaba. I cannot draw this shirt. It doesn't go up. It goes to the shoulders here. Okay. So that's... I'm having it come out too far. It's basically a big collar. It's basically a big collar.
Yeah. You for the most part don't see the shirt. It's just sleeves and collar.
Which I kind of like just... I'm just make it black. I really want someone to take... Maybe this is my claim to fame, so I shouldn't share it. But I really want someone to take the Power of the Babe and mash it with Forgot About Dre. Which maybe people don't know that song either. But
Sorry.
it's alright. Yeah, kid.
Precious baby. Sweet Caroline. Ba-da-da-da.
I'm gonna give him a collar.
I need people to stop texting me about my vote. It happened.
I done voted, bitches.
It's all been counted. You can stop whatever Autobot you've got.
Democrats just forget to turn it off.
Oh no, I haven't gotten anything from the Dems.
I got a little frustrated yesterday. Like, I kept telling him, please remove my name. Please remove my name from your list. Please remove my name from your list. And at one point, I just responded, fuck off. Just like, fuck off.
Like,
and they were like, we've removed you from our mailing list. I was like, thank you.
thank you. It's like that one reel I sent you the other day.
Yeah.
Knocks on the door. F off.
That story just reminded me of the robot chicken bit. Stormtrooper. My lord, Stormtrooper. My lord, Stormtrooper. My lord, fuck you. I do actually think that Robot Chicken's Star Wars is kind of my favorite iteration of Star Wars, I think.
Just super satirical.
Yeah.
Palpatine's not. It's funny because, like, the dichotomy of Palpatine is always the fucking weirdest character in the movies, but then for some reason in Robot Chicken he's the only, like, rational person.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, guys! What are you doing?
What the fuck is an aluminum falcon? What do you mean they blew up the Death Star?
Aluminum Falcon is the cheap knockoff version of the Maltese Falcon. Which I never fully understood if it was just a MacGuffin, like it did even exist in the story, or was it actual an item?
I believe it was literally just a MacGuffin. I don't think they're, if I'm remembering correctly, because I think Red from OSP did a went into it fair amount during the MacGuffin rope talk. I believe they only ever refer to it as the Maltese Falcon. It never gets any sort of description. Nobody ever finds it. It's just like, it's just a thing, and it exists because everybody wants it, and it's only a contrivance to drive the plot.
I see. I was eating chips.
Hey.
No worries.
He's hungry. You done, kid.
My foreshortening on these forelegs is bad.
Okay, I'm on the floor. I'll be back in a minute.
Floor time with the child. See you later, Laura Ipsum. Thanks for hanging out. Glad we could help.
Kid. Knock it off.
Lesson learned. Don't draw a Spider-Man pose without Spider-Man reference.
Okay.
Okay. Oh boy, it's only noon.
Well, I mean, you started really early.
That's true. That's true.
You have already been drawing for 3 hours, so.
What to do? What to do? Okay. They really just did not define what the hell's going on in their heads.
Hmm?
Who?
The picture of these demon things.
Oh, yeah. No.
They're just like, I don't know, spiky horns maybe? Not well defined.
It's OD&D art. What do you expect?
Yeah.
Back when WotC didn't pay their artists. You okay? Oh, I see. No, you don't get to go that way. You left the door open. That means I can go over there. No kid. Bum bum bum. That's not good. Either a small rat dog just ran by my front door, or I'm seeing things.
Like a little Chihuahua rat dog?
Yeah. Which could be. Could be the case.
Did Pixel see it?
No.
That's too bad. I would enjoy a description of his reaction.
I think I'm about done with this guy. I don't know what else to do with him.
Yeah, I'm about done with mine as well. I'm also running out of steam.
We can call it if you want. We can do something else. We can find something else to do. Play some Vampire Survivor.
I mean, you're much more capable at drawing long term than I am, so I could just take a break for a bit and get something to eat, and you can continue on with commissions or whatever else.
That's true. I do need to go back to the thing I was working on. We can do that. Did I give you goblin?
Border. Oh. Excuse me.
Oh, bless you.
Jeepus. Ah.
That was a big one.
Yeah, I was not ready for that one.
I don't know why I decided these
going
are
on?
flame tongue daggers, but I did.
You stop? What happened? Okay. What happened? Oh, such a tired boy. Such a tired boy.
Taboo.
So I opened up Instagram this morning, and the first post I saw, which maybe I don't know if they're gonna be around much longer. It was from Fantasy Ground. Let me see if I can find it. You just post.
Are they a coffee company?
No, Fantasy Ground makes a just like Roll20 D&D content.
Mm.
Wait, how do I get to that? What? I wanna give the goof 'em ups as I see them. So it just says all they posted, and all it says is backup plans. Sometimes they're good, and you want everyone else to fail. And it's just a picture of a guy saying, "What's our backup plan?" Yeah, we got one. Kill everybody on site, burn it down. It's like, I don't know if you guys meant to post that today. That feels dangerous to me.
Yeah.
Emotionally exhausted.
Emotionally, physically, and mentally.
Yep. Tried to text somebody, and I immediately started scrolling.
Don't do it.
I don't want to do it.
Alright, I'm done.
Oh boy, kid. That was loud. That was loud. What's going on? Yeah. You want to take a nap, or you just want to scream?
Yes. I like to do both.
This kid is the embodiment of everyone today. Just wake up, shit yourself, cry for a bit, go to bed. Yeah?
Eat a lot somewhere in there.
Eat Cheerios off the floor. Ooba-dooba-doo. Ooba-dooba-doo. Oop-gabba-dooba-doo. Bam, bam, bam.
Da, 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 da.
Gub, gub, gub. Gub, 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 gub. What's going on in Final Fantasy? That's what I should check.
Go make that gill.
Man, if only.
See, I'm not the only one whose brain's had enough.
Well, Babu. Yeah? Awooga? Awooga? Why do you smell like coffee beans, kid? Did Mama spill coffee on you?
I got into the coffee.
Did you spill Mama's coffee on you?
Maybe. Alright, I gotta figure out this. This needs to look like a hover sword. I don't know how to do that. Like, I put the chainsaw motor on the back of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to put, like a propeller or something in here. But, like, that's just not gonna look good. I could make it a rocket. Give it some little fins. But I think that's kind of lame. Doesn't look like a sword anymore if I do that.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay. I feel that, kid. I feel that. Ah! Maybe some kind of thruster? I mean, I guess I could put a little turbo engine on it instead of a... Make it look like a Blackbird, the jet, instead of a quadcopter.
Oh. Right, maybe.
I mean, I think the quadcopter's still not a bad idea. It just doesn't look right.
I'm not sure that it needs that much more. It, like...
Just having the motor on it is it a lot?
Yeah, just having the motor on it does a lot, and having him actually riding it, I think, does a lot. I think that the angle you've got it on is good. That kind of upward tilt makes it feel like it's...
Okay. Maybe this
I guess,
just needs to
yeah,
get
it makes it
cleaned
feel
up.
like it's flying, so...
Just do a little cleanup here and there. Maybe I'll put a little thruster here or something. Oh, hey. That's not nice. This kid is ready for a nap. Kid, you're falling asleep. Hey.
Oh.
He got mad because I wouldn't let him squeeze my throat. You pooping?
Violent little turd.
He's just trying to poop, so he just clenches up. All I know is squeeze!
Squeeze and scream.
Need more fiber.
Please, Papa. Can I have more oats? Give me oats, Papa.
Make it so I can eat more than one Cheerio at a time.
Oh, poor tiny man. Poor tiny man. What do you think? What are you looking at? There's literally nothing on the table there where you're looking. I might take a quick 5-minute break and see if I can get him to go to sleep. Hang tight, everybody. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. Oh, did the music stop playing? There we go. Okay, hang tight. Okay. I like this, but it got sloppy, so let's clean it up. Put some little thrusters on here. All these lines need to be real thin because it's going to be real bright. That'll work. I hope everybody's having an okay morning. It is tiring for me today.
Yeah. I think we're into afternoon for everybody now.
Yeah.
It's almost evening for me. It's like 3:30.
I've not yet heard back from Lars. So I worry we might not be playing D&D tonight.
Please, I need an escape.
Please.
Please, sir.
Let me exist in a less shitty world.
I briefly hopped on Facebook to block a few people.
Degradation. Nope, not gonna talk about it. Not gonna talk about it. Again, it is winding down. We could move over to Discord and just vent about the world.
If we're gonna use that, if we're gonna do that, I need to prep with some chocolate.
Don't do that, it'll hurt yourself.
There are foods that are good for the body, there are foods that are good for the psyche. Right now, though, the foods that are good for the psyche take precedence.
When I was in high school, I thought the biggest thing I was going to have to worry about in my life was something like the Metal Gear project happening. Like, hey, maybe don't give robots nukes. You know? Probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
I secretly just wanted to be a part of a group called Foxhound because that sounds really cool.
I am going to run to the toilet, so I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
I too could go for like a big thing of chocolate chip cookies.
That sounds pretty good. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll make cookies. Sounds like a great idea. Welcome in, everybody. We are hanging out, being salty today, just trying to relax and avoid the internet. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Well, yeah. I hope you're having a good day.
Hope you're safe.
Yep. Be safe. Squeeze your loved ones. We'll get through this together.
We have ammo on our side. We can do anything.
Did you say Elmo?
Yeah, ammo.
Alright.
Like from Sesame Street.
Just checking. We're drawing some goblins. We did some viewer suggestions earlier. We need some buckles on his shoes. Everybody needs buckles on their shoes. Could probably use some buckles on this. Tiny man's refusing to take a nap. As he do.
Next question is, should I start an OnlyFans or a Picardo account?
Yes.
I don't think OnlyFans would take me. The coffee ooze. I forgot about the coffee ooze. It's funny.
I don't actually get coffee.
Like
The
why
website.
people drink it?
No, the website coffee or Kofi.
Oh, Ko-Fi?
Yeah, I mean it's just a tip software, right? I mean, like, you could use PayPal, you could use Patreon for the same thing, but it's just another place where you can send people money and they keep a little bit of it. As you
I
do.
don't know, maybe they just keep. Maybe they give more percentage to the.
I think
Because
so.
a lot of people use it.
Yeah, like, one, PayPal is run by Elon Musk secretly, so like that's the thing. And I think they take like 5%, like a 5% transaction fee every time you do something like that. Ko-Fi is another median in between. Like that's all they do is they just let people give them money and they give that to the people. I think it's something like 5 or 6%, something like that. Oh, kid. Yeah, I bet that didn't feel very good. How long do we have to tell you not to? Yep, I'll be right back.
All right.
Crocodile tears. Climbs under my chair and then just whacks his head on the chair. And he's like, "Oh, I'm sad now." Yeah, oh, I'm talking about him, so he knows. I think I need more. I don't know if I need like cabling or spools. Something can make this sword look more hoverboardish. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine. Maybe we just call it. What if I give it a little bit of? Like...
I mean, I feel like it, like Drew said, the fact that the goblet is on the sword in a surfing pose definitely implies that the sword is like a hoverboard or something.
Okay.
So.
All right. I think we're done then. I think we're good.
Oh, sleepy man.
Like, if anything, in like the arts and like the rendering stage, maybe like add streaks of like movement. If that makes sense.
Yeah, just implied movement.
Yeah.
It's almost 1 o'clock. The next part of this is just going to be me filling it in with gray, so we'll see how this might just take a little while, which is fine. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of fight. I don't know where that came from, but
No idea.
kid, if you want me to hold you, I will hold you, but you can't try to jump on me while you're trying to fall asleep. I don't know what to do about him, because he'll come up and sit next to me, which is great. It's like, cool. And then he'll tip over and whack my office chair. It's like, that's not good. Do I get rid of the office chair? Do I cover it in foam? Do I get him his own chair? Mm-hmm.
Give him a little beanbag chair.
Something. Just throw him in it. Poof.
Like, I can't get out. No.
Yeah. Help me, I'm trapped. Mail's here. I'm gonna go grab that. Be right back. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep.
Did I miss anything?
He whacked himself on the chair.
Oh,
Again.
Again. Daily occurrence.
Yep. I too now crave chocolate in the form of chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, it's all your fault.
I've settled for a chocolate flavored protein bar.
Ew. No thank you.
If you haven't had real chocolate in a while, it's not bad. But it won't hurt me. Well, it won't hurt me as much as most foods anyway.
Yeah. We were given like a bunch of Atkins bars forever ago, and I refused to have anything related to like protein bars that are like chocolate flavored. I was like, nope. These are nasty, disgusting. People who eat them are miserable people.
I mean,
I'd rather be happy and unhealthy, and then healthy and unhappy.
yeah, I can't argue with anything you've said.
Oh, but people are like, oh, if you exercise, you'll feel better about yourself. I was like, no. I don't. Those runner highs don't help.
There's a really cool sense of accomplishment when you can do something that most other people can't, fitness-wise. But other than that, like chasing looking good it's all miserable. Right? I love to exercise, but I don't do it to get hot, or at least not primarily. I do it so my body. I do it so my body functions, and I hope that I get hotter as a result of it. But if it doesn't happen, it's, you know, I'm lifting so that I can press my body weight above my head, not because I want to get oogled in the gym.
I mean, who doesn't want to get oogled in the gym?
I mean, a lot of people.
Fair.
You know, there are trends now among certain lady influencers to set up a camera in the gym to watch people watching, to catch people looking at them as they work out. And then rip them a new asshole in their comments sections for being disgusting perverts.
Alright, I don't hate that idea. My only kind of critique is you're in a public gym.
Yeah.
So everyone kind of looks at everyone. So it's like
exactly
kind of hard.
Yeah, and just because somebody glances at you while you're doing squats does not mean they're sexualizing you. They could be analyzing your form.
And considering there are a lot of gym bros who are just like so focused on doing the stuff right that's probably what they're looking at, not you specifically.
Yeah, and I mean, it depends, right? There absolutely are gym creeps. And they should be roasted to hell and back. Because it's not okay. It's not okay to sexualize people. But like also setting up a camera to catch to like intentionally as a trap to catch people and then assume the worst about their intentions and then roast them to hell and back for fun, for internet clout, that is super shitty.
Yeah.
I don't like that. But that is just social media. It's the same level of scummy as parents milking their children for content, or girlfriends setting their boyfriends up, or women setting their husbands up or other partners up for an argument. Anyway, social media's done some weird stuff to us. I don't want to complain about it anymore, though.
Anywho.
Yeah, we never did. We never.
So,
Huh?
as somebody who spent a lot of time at the gym
Uh huh.
years ago, there's two sides of this. One, the gym is basically an open forum. Like,
Yep.
you have a reasonable amount of privacy in certain areas and stuff, but like, you shouldn't be filming people in the gym. You just shouldn't.
No.
Just like you shouldn't just be following people around, filming them in a park or anywhere. Like, that's dick move number one. And then from there, setting up and filming yourself is one thing. It's your responsibility to make sure you're not putting other people in that shot. Like, that's the courtesy you should be giving to people if you're recording in public. So that's that. And then the rest of it is just the circle jerk of outrage culture, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
someone trying to be a victim,
Exactly.
and then someone trying to be a victim of the victim, and it's an ongoing cycle. Like, for some reason my YouTube channel has been hit with those. Like, my feed. Maybe because you're watching them. But there's a guy that just...
I haven't watched any of that in 2 months.
Oh, really? Okay. I just started getting hit with that. But it's a guy basically yelling at people who are yelling at people at the gym.
Uh-huh.
Like, look at this guy trying to hit on me. And it's just like, that guy's just doing his thing. Like, he didn't look at you, he didn't interact with you. Like, and that's the whole content, right? Like, this woman made content to be a victim, and now this guy is making content about kind of like shaming her for being a victim. I mean, there's a nuance there, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm saying everybody in this situation is in the wrong.
Yeah.
So if you're a fitness influencer, do the common courtesy of like finding ways to get out of the way of people, right?
Yep.
That's the thing. If you're at the gym and you see somebody with a camera, leave them the fuck alone. Just walk away from them. And like, there are my 2 cents for this, as someone who has been to the gym a lot, is there's 2 or 3 types of people that go to the gym. People that go to the gym because they want to have social interactions with people. Whether it's just talking to other people about weightlifting, whether it's dating, whether it's just like, it's just being out in the open around people. Those people go at very busy times, and they have lots of friends at the gym. That's totally fine. Like, that's a legitimate thing to do. You find people to work out with, you discuss things. It's a social, open, public forum. And then there are people that go to the gym and just want to do their own thing. They don't talk to anybody else. They don't look at anybody else.
That's
You
me.
can very actively tell those people, leave them alone. Like,
Yep.
like, those 2 people do not have to interact. And those people generally go at like really weird times. Like, I would go almost like towards the end of the night, so there's just nobody there.
Yeah.
But sometimes I would go during the day. Like, it's sometimes nice to, be around while people are doing stuff. Like, whether people are rock climbing or running on the track. It's just, there are classes. Take classes. Like, it's all just social etiquette, and the outrage culture that comes from those kind of videos. It's just exhausting.
It super is.
Yeah. I had a 30-second nap in a bottle, and I'm full of energy.
I wish that was me.
Look at me. Sorry, I didn't mean. I only heard half of your conversation, but that was my 2 cents.
Yeah.
It's fine.
No, it's a good wrap up of basically what I was saying. We never did get around to figuring out a spirit for you, did we, Corvus?
I think I have 2 things I picked. So the anima starts with 2 spirits, and then to get a 3rd one at like 7th level.
Mm-hmm.
So I went with Witness the Ancient Battles. I was like, that seems like maybe a spirit they may have picked up early on, being a hobgoblin, probably in a pretty militaristic area. And the other one is Steward of Stone and Fire, which is like the mountain/volcano spirit stuff.
Cool.
And I had to look it up. So my normal anima spells I prepare each day. And then the spells I get from my spirits are spontaneous. And they're also all counted as signature spells. So that's really nice.
That's
because I took it. Wait, what'd you say?
That seems very powerful, but I guess the limitation is that you're limited to your spirit spell list. Right?
Yeah. So you're limited. So and also you only know. So the anima spell list is like 2 spells per level.
Okay.
And then you get 2 spells from your 2 spirits. Or
okay, and the signature spells
a
are
single
the ones
spell
from
from each. Yeah.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
So I have like at 3rd level I have like 3 2nd level spells I can cast.
Because your spirits aren't gonna learn new spells. They just have a set list, and then that's why those are always your signature spells. That makes sense.
Yep.
So
And
in terms of spell casting, it's a lot like 5E's Warlock, where it's a very small spell list, basically.
yeah, and your anima spell list is something that you can prepare every day, and it's the divine spell list.
You find a book? What's the book of? What is it? Did I trade you for this one?
And I took a 2nd level feat called Embodiment of the Bounce, which adds healing and harm to my apparition spell list. So those are now counted as signature spells for me as well.
Cool. That's excellent.
Fuck it, I'm having a soda. I went to turn on the light, and the light bulb popped. And it's just like, awesome.
Right. So it was like kind of torn a bit between this other feat called Chandler's Stance.
I totally thought you said it's kind of porn a bit.
Torn.
It's not helping. I just love me them ghost pornographies.
Torn. Clean it the airwax.
Show me them ghost titties. Sorry, that was a really bad Dave Chappelle joke.
Bingo, Oscar, what is R? Never mind.
Don't worry.
Doesn't matter.
My
Nope.
brain is broken, Corvus. Continue.
Anyway, the Chandler's Stance. Whenever you cast a spell or sustain a spell from your apparition spell list or versatile, or if that's not versatile but spell, your focus spells that deals energy damage, you gain a status bonus to that energy type equal to your spell rank.
What does that mean? Like, so you get resistances or bonus damage?
I shared it. You get bonus damage.
Okay.
Bonus damage equal to, yeah.
So if your ghost
Spell
starts
level.
casting fire spells, you are now infused with ghost fire.
No.
No? Okay.
No. It's not. Not what I said. So, you deal extra damage with them. With those spells.
Yeah. So if
That deal
you
energy damage.
if you cast a 3rd level spell, it gets +3 damage.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, I thought it was like something that, and a lingering effect is what I thought what you meant.
Oh no. So there are certain spells on that the Animus has access to that when you sustain them, they like redo damage.
Yeah. Okay.
So the other part of it is every time you cast a spell that has vitality or void traits and that restores hit points, you gain a status bonus, the healing. So like if I use a 3rd level heal spell, you get +3 on top of that healing.
Okay. It just, I think the wording for it makes it seem like, because you say like each time you do this, it sounds to me like it would stack. So like, but it is just 4 instances of spells that have the healing effect, versus every time you cast a healing spell, add an additional 3 to it on top.
No, that's what it does.
Yeah, whenever you cast or sustain the spell. So whenever you do something with your spell that applies damage or healing, you add the spell's level in damage or healing.
Right, but only for that one instance. The next time you do
yeah.
it, it's not that plus that again, is it?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean,
Okay.
well, yeah.
No. So hear me out. You cast Firebolt.
Yep.
Does
Yeah.
3 damage plus the spell level damage, right?
Yes.
You
Which
cast
would be
Firebolt
0
again
because-
next turn. It does 3 damage plus the spell level damage.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. When you say each time you do it, to me would sound like you cast Firebolt the first time plus 3 damage. You cast Firebolt the second time plus 6 damage.
Oh
then
no.
9,
No.
So that's the wording is in a way to where it sounds like it would be cumulative instead of just
No.
Yeah.
I think you're maybe mishearing me. You gain a status bonus to the spell's damage equal to the spell's rank.
Right. The fact
That's
that the status bonus part sounds like something that you would like have. That's the part that's like is a ongoing effect, but it's not.
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Status bonuses are not cumulative.
Exactly. Axiom, welcome in.
Hello.
So if I had something that gave a circumstance bonus,
Yeah.
then it would add on to it.
Okay.
Yeah. The spell also says that it doesn't apply to damage or healing over time effects, like
Okay.
fast healing.
Yeah.
So
Fast healing 1 plus 9. I demand we break the regeneration.
Yeah. I kind of get where you're coming from, Rook. Like listening to it, it kind of sounds like word salad.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really is. It's a Magic the Gathering thing that like is hurting my brain, because when you say something like that, like for each instance, each creature that dies this turn, right? You copy the effect, and that's where I think I'm getting at. Is like the way it was worded, it sounded like you would copy the effect over and over and over again, instead of just that it happens. It happens when you do this.
Yeah. Because like the thing is, it's very unlikely to be able to cast more than one spell in a turn, with the exception of like heal 1 with like single action heal, because that's 1 action. But you have to be like on top of someone.
Mm-hmm. There's a few instances I was trying to find it with the summoner at least, like you have a lot of little like some cantrips are single cast, which is kind of cool. So you can cast like a 2-drop spell and then a cantrip. So I was having fun with that, and then there's also a few instances of like quick casting or focus spells. Some focus spells only are 1, which is nice.
Yeah. Gravity weapon, I believe, is only 1 action.
So I like that about Pathfinder. Like I think the 3-point system leaves a lot of room for wiggling that older editions just didn't have.
Yeah.
Because
You can really finesse what you can do on with your action economy, which is a lot of fun.
Because there's a lot of instances where it's just like you can only cast 1 spell per turn. It's like, yeah, but this spell sucks unless I could do something else with it. So it's like in those instances, it very much feels like, yeah, it's just not. What's the word I'm looking for? maybe not robust enough, or can't be fiddled with enough.
I
Sorry,
think it's
Not
just
versatile
because
enough.
Yeah, versatile.
the fact that they just removed the names of the actions, so it's just now they're all actions instead of like this is a move action or this is a
Right.
attack action,
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
see,
bonus action.
that could be a good way to kind of augment 5e, is just deciding like, oh, because this is a one action spell, you basically could cast this as a movement speed, right? Like that's really the thing you would have to do to like go through and refine that. And like Pathfinder had like as a swift action or
As a free action
as a
sometimes.
free action, yeah. Like, the swift action was not a terrible idea, but you really only used swift actions in lieu of full round actions, right? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, if you're just doing one attack this turn, you can also do this weird thing. It's like, that makes sense.
No, I'm totally with you, Rook. Like it feels the 3 action system makes it feel like it's how the action economy was always meant to be, and everything else was just like hampered or clunky.
Yeah. And unfortunately, with 5e being as simple as it is, like there are situations where you would be able to cast 2 spells in a round, like because everything is one action. It's just like I'm a fighter, but I'm also a wizard, so I'm casting 2 fireballs by using my second
Action
wind,
surge.
right?
Action surge.
Yeah, action surge. And like, it's like, yeah, you know what? I actually don't have a problem with that. Like, yes, it makes that way good, and there should be a ton of fighter wizards because of that. But like, the fact that they had to just blanket say no 2 spells in one round is like, that means there's something fundamentally broken that could be fixed in my mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are you doing, kid? What are you trying to get? Can you not get the dinosaur? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you struggling? Hi, kid. Hi, kid.
He's so tired, he just doesn't want to sleep. The doctor has said, like, oh, if you guys want to start sleep training, you can. And I'm like, sleep training is literally just putting the kids somewhere and letting them scream. And the doctor's like, yeah, basically. And I was like, I realize that could be important. I kind of want to wait until they can talk to me about that. So I'm on the fence. I'm on the fence about trying sleep training versus just letting him be tired until he wants to go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm open to discussions about that. Doubt.
I have no room to say anything because I just don't have kids.
Yeah. What is the when the kiddo was born, the doctor said, okay, now here's the thing. Everybody is gonna have advice for you. The cool thing about being a parent, you don't have to listen to any of them. And I was like, fair enough.
What happened? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, so sleepy. So sleepy.
Yeah. Wants to sleep, but also wants to poop. This is life.
I've had days like that.
We will all also eventually go back to that. I want to sleep,
Yep.
but also I need to poop.
I'm already to the point where I'm like, oh, I want to sleep, but I really have to pee.
What did Billy Connolly say? He's like,
I don't know.
no, sorry, I'm thinking about a little snippet quote thing I saw of him being like, if I eat, you eat brown bread and I eat white bread, and it like extends my life. Is it going to extend my life like 20 years or like a year? And it's not going to be an extra year in your 20s. It's going to be an extra years when you're sitting in bed shitting yourself. It's like, I'll eat my brown bread, thank you. It's like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. It makes too much sense. I always want to say like, live fast, die hard, but it's like that's the catch line from the movie, not live fast, die young. And it's like, both of them sound awful. Live fast, die hard does not sound like a good time. I think it's live free, die hard. But either way. Oh, tiny man.
Oh, it's live free, die well. From the Scorpion King.
There we go. Oh, sleepy boy. Beat Echoes of Wisdom. 100%ed it. Highly recommend. It was a good game. It's fun. We got through the whole game and we were like going back, looking at, like trying to find all the pieces. And I bumped into a little like beholder enemy. It's like a floating eyeball. And it shot me with a laser. I'm like, wait, that thing shoots lasers? And so I summoned it because like that's what the game is about. You can basically like kill something and then summon it. And I summoned it and like picked it up and I'm like, I have a laser cannon now. And I just started running around blasting things. I was like, I should have been doing this the whole game. And then I looked down, I'm like, I can summon 3 of these at a time. It's like, what have I been doing?
Oh no.
Oh no, and now I kind of want to replay the game with just the eye lasers.
Shooting lasers.
Oh, sleepy man. Oh, sleepy man. Welcome in, everybody. We're avoiding the internet today. That's our plan.
Mostly.
Mostly. Corvus might be slipping back.
No.
Back into Twitter.
No.
Okay, good. I might just
I said mostly because we're technically on the internet, so.
That's fair.
I may or may not be slipping.
Time keeps on slipping.
Fine, I'm just looking at world maps of countries and
So, where you wanna live?
wondering. Yeah.
Go hang out with Jonas.
If he didn't live so far north.
Oh yeah, too cold.
Yeah, my body needs a more temperate climate even than where I currently live. The state in which I live is slowly killing me.
There's got to be like a nudist colony that will just accept you as a, like, I would like to come live there.
Mount Shasta. Probably there.
There might be one in Arizona, but I don't want to live in Arizona right now.
Talk about leather chaps. I feel like if you're a nudist in Arizona, everyone's gonna look like a handbag.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
That seems accurate.
Poor tiny man. Poor tiny man.
I know there's a colony in your neck of the woods, Rook, but again, that's a little too damp and cool for what my body can handle.
I'm thinking about the little guy with the political landscape, and I'm like, you know what? I lived through Reagan and Clinton, and I don't remember either of them, so I'll probably be fine. I'll probably be fine.
We hope.
You know.
It would. Nope. I'm gonna stop. I do think actually that Australia is the place that if I had to move, Australia is the place I would most like to go.
You should look up Australia's political climate. It's spicy.
Yeah, but also nobody takes it as seriously as they should. I mean, they had a politician who got hit in the face with a dildo, right? When somebody threw it at him.
That's fair.
Both in France.
I believe it happened in France too, but I think it happened in Australia first.
Favorite political moment of all time is that guy throwing his sandals at President Bush. Just like beautiful.
And took the time to take off both, like throw one and then take off the other one.
Not just one, both. Got both shoes off before the Secret Service did shit. And Bush is just like laughing about it, like, you hit me with a shoe. That's how political should be. It's like, I'm mad at you. Eat my flip flop.
Yep.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Or that one Soviet diplomat at the UN who takes off his shoes and pounds the podium, like, we will bury you.
Truthfully, I'm not ready to give up on the United States yet.
No, I'm not either. It's just gonna suck for a while.
Yep.
I mean, it wasn't gonna get much better, but
yeah.
If I had money,
oh, go ahead. Finish your thoughts.
If I had money, I would love to do an art tour of Western Europe for, say, 4 years.
So
start in Greece, study Greek Attic ware pottery for a while, move to Italy, go up to France.
I realize what you're saying is like a pipe dream, right? So like,
yeah,
this happens to me all the time. I say stuff like, "I'm gonna make a video game," and like 30 people are like, "Okay, cool. Here's what we're gonna do," and it's just like, stop. I was only half
nobody
serious.
take anything I'm saying seriously.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that with no money. There are a lot of communes is not the right word.
Hostels?
No, they're like there are places
to pay for a hostel. They're just super cheap.
There are places that basically set up spaces for artists where you apply with a portfolio, and if they like you come and you get a studio and a bedroom in a place for 6 months, and that's it. They just like, come here and do art. That's all we want.
They pay you enough to live on?
Some of them do have like little stipends.
Right, because I still need to be able to eat.
Yeah, but like a lot of it is very much like they want artists to come and like share stuff with the community, and so they're basically hiring you for 6 months to be
a community artist.
A community artist, yeah. Like you take care of this living museum space and you just do art there. And I had a couple teachers in college. I was gonna say friends, but maybe that did that, right? Like some of them went to Singapore, some of them went to France. God, I wish I could think of the word. I'm trying to think. Oh, kid.
Almost like an artist in residency.
Residency, yeah.
Yeah. I had a friend, or one of my best friends here. She teaches ceramics at a high school level, and she applied to one of those in Italy, I think. And then like her administration wouldn't let her go, which was super shitty. But yeah, but they invited her, so yeah. I mean, that's possible.
It's basically a job. You just have to apply.
Yeah.
Right.
Which would be really cool.
So, as much as I realize pipe dream, you could try. If that's really what you want, you could do it.
The thing that is holding me back is the thing that has always held me back in good times and bad, and that is crippling social anxiety, which has made me a shut-in. Right? So.
Kid, just go to sleep. Just go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Go sleep, go sleep, go sleep.
No words, only dreams.
I just want cuddles. I want infinite cuddles.
I mean, same. Also, this is going to be super random, but if I was ever to become a priest, I want to be a priest who gets these type of staves.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah, it's not Catholic, obviously. It's like Eastern Orthodox and other non-Western churches have them.
Oh yeah.
It does.
I'm a wizard.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Why does
Yes,
it remind me of the
Caduceus?
whole? I mean, it does a little bit, but no. Like the thing that was coming to my mind was um, the holy staff that the bishop in Lady Hawk almost uses to kill the lady who was a hawk.
I don't know what you're even talking about.
It's been a long time since I've seen the movie. You've never seen the movie Lady Hawk?
Oh man.
No.
Jump Rope made me watch that. It's a weird movie, man.
It's super weird.
It's funny because like every now and again, Jump Rope and I will like share something from our childhood, and then like halfway through it, we'll be like, "This is really fucking weird." like what was going on in the 80s and 90s? Like what's going on?
Yeah. So Lady Hawk is medieval fantasy. Wikipedia says it was released in 1985.
I'm pretty sure those were Orthodox Christians, by the way. So that would make
No.
sense.
Yeah. So it's like the story is basically there is a super well-known knight and the woman that he loves, and the archbishop of some church somewhere also loved her, but she rebuffed the priest's advances, and so he cursed her and the knight so that they could never be together. The knight is cursed to whenever the moon rises, he turns into a wolf, and whenever the moon sets, she becomes a hawk. So they're destined to always be apart.
Okay.
Basically, yeah. The main character is a thief who breaks out of prison in one of the grungiest scenes I've ever seen on film.
I mean, Shawshank Redemption style.
Yeah, he totally Shawshank Redemptions it out of an extremely narrow pipe that's like large enough for his head to fit through.
Oddly
Anyway.
enough, the movie's called Lady Hawk, not like Man Wolf.
Yeah,
Which confused
correct.
me as well.
Yeah. Anyway,
I would also just like to quickly point out that is a plot for the TV show Charmed, one of the episodes.
Oh, 100%. Where do you think they got it from?
There's a literal woman who turns into a... I think the woman turns into the wolf and the dude turns into an owl.
Well, they have to keep
Or
it
something like that.
copyright free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a different story.
It's transformative. See, it's not the same thing.
So stupid.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm pretty sure Lady Hawk is not the origin of that sort of idea either. Anyway,
Probably
spoilers for anybody. The scene wraps up on a day of a solar eclipse, where the knight and the lady finally get to be together after all of these years. The thief has totally played everybody, and everybody kind of hates and distrusts him, but he manages to finagle things so that everybody ends up in the church at the same time, and the priest gets rebuffed. The spell gets rebuffed again. He tries to kill her when she refuses him again. He says something like, "If I can't have her, nobody can," and tries to stab her, and then the knight kills him, the spell is broken, etc., and everybody lives happily ever after. It's
I would also like to point
weird.
out,
Yeah.
it's also not a fantasy world. It's supposed to be like, I mean, it's fantasy, but it's like historical fantasy, because it's like, it takes place in France,
Yeah.
and Italy, and Serbia.
Orthodox.
100%.
Yep.
It is still not grounded in anything approaching reality, but I like, as weird as it is, I kind of enjoy it because it feels very classical fairy tale to me. Anyway, I usually watch it after I watch Willow, whenever I get in the mood to go back and watch Willow.
Willow is such a long movie.
It's very
It
long.
is pretty long. Yeah.
Very slow.
Like, it starts out really fast paced, and then it kind of just lulls down in the middle, and then speeds back up, and it's like, oh god, I forgot that this was kind of a slow show. movie.
Mm-hmm.
I never watched the TV show that they made for it.
It's okay.
It's Disney. What do you expect? It's
Yeah.
okay.
There's some pandering. There's some unnecessary like cameo stuff. Denim lesbians. Yeah, it's weird. But I like overall, like the concept of where they took the story is really good. And then they just did some weird shit with it. One of the main characters like has a switchblade sword, and it's just like, why?
It's a reference to Mad Mardigan and his Pada. I don't know.
What?
In the final little battle, he has like a wrist blade.
Yeah.
Or
That's not what
a
I'm talking
gauntlet
about.
sword.
Hold on, let me look this up.
I mean, there were short sword size switchblades.
I typed in Willow Show weapon, and the first thing is like, the fuck is up with this guy's axe? The thing is wicked as hell. All right, well, you know what? Apparently people like it.
It's Monster Hunter badassery, right?
Kind of, yeah.
But like it's impractical and stupid, but it feeds the anime-esque, fantasy trope badassery, so people enjoy it.
All fancy weapons are ridiculous.
I'll post an image of it. So it normally looks like this. It's just a big ass cleaver, but he can like shake it, and it Cloud Strife turns into a big sword.
Okay. Not the weirdest thing.
No.
You said switchblade. I was just like, okay.
Yeah, it becomes bigger. And it's just like, why? Why does this exist?
I hate to say this, but there have been weapons like that in real life. There are switch spears from the Renaissance. They're not common, obviously. They were super rare. I think there's only 5 of them.
Probably never saw battle.
And they collapse down into like almost like a 3-section staff, and you can flip it out, and they snap together. It's utterly ridiculous.
Oh, like that horrible lightsaber in the vision of when what's her name might become Sith. When Rey might become Sith.
I don't remember that, to be honest.
Oh, you don't?
I blocked most of that movie out of my head. Not because of for any real reason. It's just it was very forgettable.
Also, it makes me think of when I was just describing the spear. It makes me think of this that I saw a few years back.
Yeah.
I
The
love it.
song spear.
Utterly ridiculous, overly complicated. I love it.
Okay, this is the meme that was produced from the clip.
Oh, yeah, okay. Swiss Army knife.
But that's basically the Inquisitor blade from Rebels.
Yeah.
Minus all the other.
Yeah. Minus the ring. Minus the ring.
Oh, did she drop it down into a double blade? Is that what it was?
Yeah. Yeah. What it is? That's what it is.
Yeah, it's just a shitty Inquisitor. They actually did that. They're like, yeah, that's cool. Let's do that.
And which they can fly with, which is
The stupidest part.
the
Yeah.
most ridiculous part.
I
about it.
absolutely hated. I couldn't stand it when they showed that in Star Wars Rebels with the Inquisitors introduction. I was like, nope, that's That is a step too far. Even
But apparently
for me.
not a step too far for kids.
I think we've descended into just shitting on stuff, so I'm gonna call it for the day. It's 1:30.
That's smart.
Go watch the Willow thing, Corvus. I think you'll enjoy it. Like, it's not bad. It's just weird. Which, Willow was kind of weird.
Yeah,
So-
Willow was weird.
Otherwise, yeah. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I hope you guys are able to avoid the internet. Stay happy if you can. Stay healthy if you can. And we'll come back. We'll come back on Friday. We'll hang out. We'll be here. The Discord is open if people need places to talk, chat, and just unwind. That's what it's there for. Share your art. Be good to each other. We'll catch everybody next time. Keep your dice on the table, everybody. Bye.
Bye.